Translator born to be. Boom! An illusory figure charged out of the blazing dragon cauldron and attacked Long Chen. It was a 3-meter-long devil beast. Bang! Long Chen's fist blew it back, but it didn't explode. Instead, it roared and black chi condensed in front of it, transforming into a black blade that slashed at Long Chen. Bang, bang, bang. Long Chen blocked it 3 times and was forced back. He was shocked to find that its power was extremely bizarre, capable of instantly killing ordinary Jade core disciples. Pipe down, the medicinal energy is going to be completely wasted. Long Chen's fist began to glow, and his punch blew the illusory figure apart this time. It dissipated, revealing a giant pill the size of a baby's fist floating in the air. This was a dragon tiger body tempering pill, an extremely bizarre pill as it didn't have any set tier. It could be considered a 5th-tier medicinal pill at its lowest level, but it had no upper limit. The higher the quality of the ingredients, the greater the medicinal energy. Normally, its main ingredients were the earth dragon and the leopard-striped white tiger's essence blood. However, now Long Chen was refining it with the all-devil monster's essence blood. Although Long Chen split 1 drop of its essence blood into 10 before refining the pills, each pill still contained a frightening amount of berserk energy. This particular pill is probably only suitable for Gu Yang, muttered Long Chen. If someone else consumed this top-grade giant pill, they would instantly explode. Only Gu Yang would be able to survive the ordeal. Looks like I still underestimated the power of its essence blood. I'll have to split each drop into 100 for it to work. Long Chen split the essence blood once more, only merging 1/100th of a single drop of its essence blood into his pills. This time, he refined 9 top-grade normal pills. The energy in giant pills was too great and was unsuitable for the Dragon Blood warriors. With the blazing dragon cauldron and Huo Long's assistance, he didn't have to refine anymore. They could do it on their own. Huo Long had it easy. It just used a single split body to refine pills with the blazing dragon cauldron. The rest of its bodies were absorbing the energy in the divine flame crystals. Now Long Chen focused on consuming the divine gate pills. The blazing dragon cauldron's efforts had resulted in a small mountain of divine gate pills, so Long Chen had to get to work. On this day, Long Chen started to constantly consume medicinal pills by the handful. He calculated that he had to be eating over 10,000 divine gate pills each day, and each one of them was a top-grade 9th-tier pill. Without the primal chaos space that allowed him to have an infinite amount of ingredients, he'd have bankrupted a sect like the Xuanhuan Dao sect in less than a month. Normally, only soul transformation alchemists could refine 9th-tier medicinal pills, and amongst those people, only a 10th had the possibility of refining top-grade 9th-tier pills. To refine top-grade medicinal pills didn't just require great skill, it required a certain amount of luck. Being able to refine a single top-grade pill out of 100 furnaces was not bad. Any top-grade pills that they did refine would normally be stored by the alchemist as part of their personal collection. To them, they were treasures bestowed by the heavens, and they were symbols of their glory. That was why top-grade 9th-tier pills were basically priceless treasures on the marketplace. You wouldn't necessarily be able to buy one no matter how much money you had. Yet Long Chen was consuming such precious treasures like candy. If the world learned of this, it would definitely make countless alchemists faint. Some people would die from fright. Some would die from the pain of having so many top-grade 9th-tier pills disappearing from the world, and some would die from rage. As Long Chen crazily consumed pills, the small dot of light in the middle of the vortex in front of his divine gate gradually changed. It seemed to be going from gaseous to liquid, and then it went from liquid to solid. At that time, the core of the star was completed. As the divine gate star strengthened, Long Chen clearly felt the connection between it and the Feng Fu, Alioth, Life Fate, and Enlightenment Palace stars. He felt that the divine gate star was sharing its power with the other 4 stars. Those 4 stars were also transforming. The 5 stars were growing as one. It was no wonder it was taking so long for the divine gate star to advance. It was advancing while bringing the other 4 stars along with it. That made Long Chen feel even more anticipation for the day it was fully condensed. He could clearly feel his body going through some kind of transformation. The most obvious change was that the chi seas below his 4 stars were continuously growing stronger. His spiritual yuan was growing more abundant. That was also what excited him the most. Both Starfall and the fifth form of Split, the heavens were huge moves that sucked up the majority of his spiritual yuan. During the battle, he would have to choose between using one or the other. But as his 4 chi Cs grew stronger, then adding on the spiritual yuan and his 108,000 stars, he would be able to consecutively unleash his ultimate moves. Thinking of that, he felt an indescribable excitement. Before this, he had always had to be careful when fighting, making sure to get the most out of every bit of his spiritual yuan. However, it seemed that with the growth of the Divine Gate Star, he would be able to luxuriously spend his energy when fighting. Each fight with a rank 9 Celestial was extremely taxing for him. Their manifestations constantly absorbed energy from heaven and earth to replenish their own usage. On the other hand, the world rejected him. He had to use the divine ring to force the world to give him its spiritual yuan. Now he didn't need to rely on heaven or earth. He could rely on himself. The only thing he could count on was the 9-star Hegemon body art. 3 days later, he had refined plenty of dragon tiger body tempering pills and came out of seclusion. Minus the ones for the Dragon Blood Legion, there were still over 1,000 left for the Xuanhuan Dao sect. These pills could definitely be passed down as treasures. When Li Tianxuan received over 1,000 top-grade 9th-tier pills from Long Chen, he involuntarily jumped in shock. Long Chen had given him plenty of medicinal pills before this as well, but he knew that those pills had been plundered from Pill Valley. They couldn't see the light of day, and when given to disciples, they had to be consumed stealthily. Now there were over 1,000 dragon tiger body tempering pills, and they had clearly just been refined. In other words, Long Chen had personally refined all of them. Li Tianxuan had decided not to bother or ask about Long Chen's power. Although he had known that Long Chen was very skilled in alchemy, he hadn't expected his skills to be so monstrous. When handing the pills over, Long Chen asked Li Tianxuan to bring him to where Wilda was sleeping. That was within the Xuanhuan Tower, and it was definitely safe. A pool of blood appeared beside Wilda. Long Chen had brought over all the remaining essence blood of the all-devil monster. It filled a 3,000-meter pool, and he tossed Wilda in. The large cocoon around Wilda began to slowly absorb the essence blood. This essence blood is comparable to the essence blood of a rank 12 magical beast. For Wilda to be able to absorb it directly, he truly is terrifying, said Li Tianxuan with shock as he saw the cocoon absorb this powerful essence blood. Xuan Master, how many ranks do magical beasts have? Asked Long Chen. 13. It's the same as human cultivators. After 13 levels, the next step is ascending and becoming a god or immortal. However, becoming a god or immortal lies only in legend. In fact, whether or not people can reach the 13th level is a mystery, said Li Tianxuan. 13. Long Chen suddenly had a thought. He had 13 heaven stages in each realm. Could it be? Just at this moment, the blood pool began to bubble. A whirlpool appeared, and the blood began to rapidly fall. In just a few breaths, the blood was all absorbed into Wilda's cocoon. He absorbed it all at once. Long Chen was stunned. All the pills he had refined had used just 2 to 3% of all the essence blood. His original plan was for Wilda to absorb as much as he could, and then Long Chen would save the rest of the essence blood. After all, it might be useful in the future, but he had really overthought it. After absorbing all this essence blood, silver runes appeared on the cocoon. Those runes quickly hardened, forming a seemingly metallic outer case. It was like a giant ball had enveloped Wilda. The barbarian race really is terrifying. He required all this essence blood to store up enough energy for his metamorphosis. If you hadn't brought this essence blood, his metamorphosis would have probably taken thousands or even tens of thousands of years, gasped Li Tianxuan. The barbarian race only existed in legend, and no one truly understood them. Now that Wilda was in an egg-like ball, it meant that he was finally undergoing his metamorphosis. Once he awoke, he would be like a butterfly. It was unknown what kind of form he would take. Long Chen was startled and delighted. This was a good thing. The stronger Wilda was, the better. He left the Xuanhuan Tower and gathered all the Dragon Blood Legion. Good brothers should share their fortune. Medicine should be eaten together. Chapter 1394, Painful Advancement. Translator, Born to Be. There was a large open space in the back of the Xuanhuan Tower. This had originally been the core plaza of the Xuanhuan Dao sect, but after it had declined, this region had simply wasted away. However, it had been reopened recently. This region was given to the Dragon Blood Legion to use. Now all the Dragon Blood warriors were gathered. There were also the people close to the Dragon Blood Legion: Hua Xiu, Wang Zhen, Zhao Ziyan, Mu Qingxuan, Su Mo, and the others. Tang Wan'er had brought up whether Long Chen wanted to bring them into the Dragon Blood Legion, but he hadn't done so. The Dragon Blood Legion was going to fight through countless bloody battles with him. As his path was filled with towering mountains and plummeting pitfalls, he didn't even know how far he could go. The Xuanhuan Dao sect had its own destiny, and he needed to leave behind a few powerful protectors for it. As for Hua Xiu and the others, they would be the future pillars of the Xuanhuan Dao sect. "Boss, can we really eat this?" Gu Yang was at the front of the Dragon Blood Legion. He was holding a giant pill in his hands, and he felt a chill when he sensed the fluctuations coming from it. This pill seemed to possess its own life. It was like a volcano that might erupt at any moment. This was something that could be used as a killer weapon, but he wanted them to consume it. "If you can absorb it through your nose, you don't have to eat it," said Long Chen. Gu Yang was speechless. His nose wasn't small, but it wasn't so big that he could use it as a mouth. "Gu Yang, are you even a man? A big man like you is afraid of a tiny thing like that. Hurry up and show everyone what to do. You're a captain of the Dragon Blood Legion," said Xuanhuan disdainfully. Right now, everyone was holding a dragon tiger body tempering pill in their hands. However, they were just holding ordinary top-grade pills, while Gu Yang was holding a giant pill. "Xuanhuan, you shameless bastard, how about we switch pills? I guarantee I won't even bat an eye when I eat it," raged Gu Yang. "Your pill is bigger than 5 of ours. Boss is giving you special treatment, so you should be grateful. Shouldn't you be crying tears of gratitude? Are you suspecting boss would harm you?" Xuanhuan had an evil smile. "All right, little brat, I'll remember this." Gu Yang nodded. He knew this fellow's ability at stirring up trouble far surpassed his. He hardened his heart and swallowed his giant pill. Boom! In less than a breath's time, Gu Yang's entire body looked like a frog being boiled. His body turned red, and explosive sounds came from it. The bricks inlaid in the ground cracked. Blood began to flow from his pores. Blood also came from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. Everyone was shocked. The blood pouring out of Gu Yang contained a huge amount of spiritual yuan. That was his core spiritual yuan. "Don't fight it. The Dragon Tiger Body Tempering Pill contains a powerful essence blood that can replace your spirit blood. This is a chance for you to substitute your blood, and at the same time, your body will be tempered by it, making it even stronger," said Long Chen. Gu Yang wasn't listening. He couldn't even hear what Long Chen was saying. He was in too much pain. He let out a heaven-shaking roar that made everyone else jump in shock. Gu Yang's position in the Dragon Blood Legion was extremely high. Other than Long Chen and Welda, he was known as the manliest man. With his willpower and toughness, he still had to scream in order to release the sensation of pain. Gu Yang quickly became dyed in blood. Just looking at him gave others chills. "All right, you should all be prepared now. You can consume your pills." Long Chen saw that Gu Yang didn't need any help from him and was able to forcibly withstand the power of the medicinal pill. He nodded with praise and had everyone else follow Gu Yang's lead. Xuanhuan, who had previously said such big words, immediately turned green. He hadn't expected the Dragon Tiger Body Tempering Pill to be so terrifying. If even Gu Yang was acting like this, wouldn't he die from the pain? However, everyone else had already popped their pills into their mouths. Even Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er were no exception. They trusted that Long Chen wouldn't harm them. "Brother Xuanhuan, are you afraid?" probed one of the wood cultivators. "Are you joking? When have I, Xuanhuan, ever been afraid? I just feel a bit unwilling to eat something that boss personally refined. Thinking of how boss has worked so hard to raise the Dragon Blood Legion, spending so much blood, sweat, and tears, I just feel." "Just eat it." Li Qi stuffed the pill into Xuanhuan's mouth just as he was trying to drum up sympathy. He then clapped Xuanhuan on the back of his neck, causing the pill to go down his throat. As soon as he swallowed it, Xuanhuan let out a miserable shriek. He sounded like a pig being slaughtered. "Shut up. The medicinal effect hasn't even activated, so what are you shouting for?" Long Chen wanted to slap this bastard. Other than showing off, could he not properly cultivate? Xuanhuan had just opened his mouth when he turned as pale as paper. Then he turned scarlet as the medicinal effect activated. Once the medicinal effect activated, Xuanhuan couldn't scream. He was focusing all his energy on resisting the pain, so much so that he didn't even have the energy to shout. The only things ringing out now were heavy breathing and pained groans. Blood began to leak out of everyone. Meng Qi, Tang Wan'er, Hua Shiyu, Zhao Ziyan, Mu Qingxuan, and the other women were also covered in blood, but they still clenched their teeth and persevered. Don't use your wood energy to resist it, or you won't be able to completely switch out your spirit blood. If your wood energy automatically tries to protect you, you should temporarily seal it, shouted Long Chen suddenly. Under this immense pain, the wood cultivator's spiritual energy was automatically activating to block the essence blood. The dragon tiger body tempering pills he had refined for Meng Qi, Mu Qingxuan, and the other wood cultivators had had their medicinal energy cut in half. Furthermore, he had added other medicinal ingredients to soften the violent medicinal energy. That way, its effect would erupt slower and give them more time to adjust. After all, their physical bodies were too weak, and they couldn't endure such berserk medicinal energy. As a result, the pills he had refined for them only caused a tenth of the pain the others were feeling. In actuality, the pain level that Meng Qi and the others were enduring was the normal one for the dragon tiger body tempering pill. The ones the dragon blood warriors were consuming had been modified by Long Chen. Not only had he made the medicinal effect ruthless, but he had also increased the pain level by 10 times. What he wanted wasn't just to temper their bodies, but also temper their wills. Although everything was in his control, seeing Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er covered in blood still made Long Chen feel like needles were stabbing his heart. He wished he could take their place. If the dragon tiger body tempering pill was effective on him, he'd eat 10 giant pills and go through this pain with everyone. Right now, each bit of pain they were enduring was increasing their chances of survival in future battles. The pain of the body and the pain of the mind could not compare to the pain of the heart. Back in the Jiulai secret realm, the scene of Lu Fang'er and Yi Zhikyu dying in front of him had been heart-rendingly painful. There was simply no way to describe it. Right now, each of them was going through a hellish torment. The pain felt like it would never end. It didn't give them any hope. Although it had just been an incense stick's worth of time so far, it felt longer than 10 years for them. They felt like they were on the edge of breaking down. As for Xuanhuan, he had only endured for a few breaths before lying on the ground and fainting. That brat's willpower was far too weak, and he couldn't bear this pain. As a result, he triggered his mind's natural defense and fell unconscious. Even after falling unconscious, Xuanhuan's body continued to undergo the effects of the dragon tiger body tempering pill. It was strengthening his body. However, it was now unable to temper his will. After an incense stick's worth of time, the wood cultivators were unable to endure any longer and fainted. They had surpassed their limits by staying conscious this long, which made Long Chen give them a thumbs up inside. Because women were innately more emotional than men, the pain of the mind was even worse for them. An hour later, Meng Qi and Mu Qingxuan also couldn't hold on. Then Hua Shiyu, Zhao Ziyan, and the others also began to fall unconscious. After 6 hours, the first dragon blood warrior collapsed. These 6 hours had felt like 30 years within that endless torment. Unable to see any hope, they had struggled for what had felt like 30 years. That willpower was shocking enough. The first dragon blood warriors to fall were more accurately the dragon mark warriors that had joined them in the central plains. They were the weakest among them, but after going through so much with them, their willpower had grown much stronger. After 8 hours, only 1,000 warriors of the Dragon Blood Legion were still standing, tottering on the verge of collapse. The people that had come from the eastern wasteland were all present amongst these 1,000 people. That even included 5 women like Qing Yu. They were still persevering. Gu Yang suddenly opened his eyes. The dragon tiger body tempering pills effect had finally come to an end. The pain faded. The others also sighed with relief as their hellish torment came to an end. Don't relax too early. You've only gone through half of it. Following this, it's time for you to temper your bodies with lightning, said Long Chen slightly apologetically. Chapter 1395 Peak Power. Translator Born to Be. Lightning tempering. Gu Yang and the others didn't understand. At this time, the warriors that had fallen unconscious began to wake up as the medicinal effect wore off. Lei Long, come out and greet everyone. A sea of lightning suddenly fell from the sky, enveloping all of them. A large lightning dragon floated in the air above everyone. Everyone looked at Lei Long with shock. They sensed its new aura and felt that its pressure was 10 times stronger than the final wave of their last lightning tribulation. They had seen Long Chen's lightning dragon before, but they were shocked that it had grown to such a terrifying level. Lei Long helped them out with their tempering, said Long Chen. Buzz, Countless lightning runes lit up on Lei Long's body, turning into 30-meter lightning dragons that coiled around each dragonblood warrior. Everyone was fully awake now. Only one person lay on the ground like a dead dog. However, Lei Long didn't stand on courtesy. A lightning dragon directly wrapped around Xuanhuan, and when the thunder force was injected into his body, he immediately yelped. Long Chen's expression darkened and he cursed, "You shameless bastard of the entire legion, you were the first to fall. Even the healing sisters lasted twice as long as you. Don't you feel embarrassed to make so much noise?" Lei Long, double the thunder force on him. Lei Long was very obedient, and a second lightning dragon coiled around Xuanhuan. The double thunder force poured into Xuanhuan's body. "Today I'll let everyone see what 2 dragons cooking a pig means. Just keep acting dead." Long Chen laughed sinisterly. "Boss, I'm going to die," cried Xuanhuan painfully. "Don't worry, you won't die. And even if you do, I promise to burn a lot of paper money for you next year. I guarantee you'll have nothing to worry about in the next world," said Long Chen indifferently. "Boss, I hate you." "Good, I prefer this. It'd be gross if you shouted out that you loved me instead." Long Chen crossed his arms over his chest, completely indifferent to Xuanhuan's plight. Xuanhuan coughed up a mouthful of blood, but Long Chen refused to be shaken. Xuanhuan pleaded, "Boss, I'm a forging master and I don't need to be that strong. Why can't you let me off?" Long Chen ignored him. This brat always had countless excuses to get out of pain. Did he not realize that the pain he suffered today would be the foundation for his posing in the future? Each bit of power Xuanhuan obtained would improve his posing ability, although he understood that he still didn't want to feel any pain. That was why Long Chen ignored his cries and had Lei Long torment him. This fellow's willpower was the weakest of everyone, so he needed extra tempering. As for everyone else, their wills were already extremely firm after the hell they had gone through. Long Chen had Long temper their bodies in the gentlest way, and so they didn't even feel any pain. Instead, it felt very comfortable. Hearing Xuanhuan continuously crying, everyone found it funny inside. They knew Long Chen was doing it on purpose. Furthermore, he was truly evil. He intentionally had Lei Long control its power so that Xuanhuan couldn't even faint again. "Boss, I'm going to go crazy. Ha ha ha. I'm insane." Xuanhuan suddenly laughed crazily. "Then congratulations, I heard insane people garner the most fame. Only a crazy mortal can become an immortal. Knight Xuanhuan, carry me to new heights of posing." Long Chen laughed mischievously. Tang Wan'er, Hua Xiu, Zhao Zian, and the others all laughed. Meng Qi couldn't help sighing that these two were a couple of clowns. One was as slippery as oil and one was as evil as could be. They were a perfect fit. As the thunder force continued to pour in, the dragon-blood warriors felt their bodies rapidly strengthening. Even the wood cultivators with extremely weak bodies felt like their bodies were brimming with strength. But the best thing for them was that, after the torment of the dragon-tiger body tempering pill, their spiritual strength had also advanced a level. The dragon-tiger body tempering pills that Long Chen had refined for them were special, and through strengthening the physical body, it also passively increased spiritual strength. That was why even they were benefiting immensely from this pill. However, their benefits still weren't as great as the dragon-blood warriors who already possessed extremely powerful physical bodies. After consuming the dragon-tiger body tempering pill and going through this lightning baptism, their physical power was crazily soaring, to the point that even they felt some fear. Gu Yang was the first to finish. With a single punch, the void shuddered. Gu Yang was delighted and shocked. The feeling of being full of energy was splendid. The others also finished their lightning tempering, and they were all happily surprised. They felt like they had gone through a heaven-toppling transformation. A single dragon-tiger body tempering pill had completely transformed their bodies. At this time, the 2 lightning dragons around Xuanhuan also left him, but he was lying on the ground, twitching, his eyes scarlet. He had entered a crazy state. Long Chen forced Xuanhuan's mouth open and stuffed a pill down his throat. Only then did he stop twitching and fall unconscious. "Long Chen, don't you think you were a bit too ruthless?" asked Meng Qi. Although Xuanhuan was a slippery little fellow, his current appearance was truly pitiable. "There's no way around it. If we aren't ruthless enough to ourselves, we won't be able to handle it when our opponents are ruthless to us. Don't worry, once he wakes up and realizes how much stronger he is, he'll run over and grovel while thanking me." Long Chen truly understood Xuanhuan far too well. When he felt his new power, he would completely forget about the pain. This new strength would be the foundation of his future posing. Long Chen patted Gu Yang on the shoulder hard. Feeling how strong his body was now, he nodded in praise. The all-devil monster had truly been powerful. Just a trace of its essence blood was able to strengthen their bodies to unprecedented heights. "Boss, do you want to exchange some pointers?" asked Gu Yang suddenly. After his strength explosively grew, he wanted to test himself. All the Dragonblood Legion began to cheer rowdily. They also wanted to know just how much stronger they had grown. Gu Yang was the one with the greatest power in the Dragonblood Legion other than Long Chen and Welda. They cheered excitedly now that he challenged Long Chen. "Come, I also want to see how strong you've become," Long Chen smiled. "Boss, watch out." Gu Yang didn't stand on courtesy. Retreating, a crackling sound came from his body as his blood chi rose. The manifestation of a rank 8 celestial appeared behind him. Gu Yang seemed to become a furious wild beast. With his power instantly raised to its peak, a booming sound rang out. All the Dragonblood warriors cheered. They felt their hot blood surging and also seemed to enter a battle state. Boom, Gu Yang stamped down and the ground exploded. Turning into a ray of light, he shot at Long Chen. As he reached the end of his travel, his power had reached its peak. Seeing Gu Yang's punch smashing toward him, Long Chen couldn't be careless. His 108,000 stars circulated, and he slammed his palm forward. Boom! Chi waves surged out, sending dirt and dust flying. The ground beneath Long Chen shattered, and he was forced back continuously. As expected of you, Long Chen was amazed. Gu Yang's power was dozens of times greater than before. His full-force attack made Long Chen's blood flip inside him. "Boss, don't hold back. Summon your battle armor. My fist is thirsting for a fight," shouted Gu Yang. His robes began to float and runes circulated around him. His muscles instantly bulged as he used a powerful battle skill. "As you wish." Boom! Heaven and earth shook. Gu Yang flew back, rolling like a calabash, and he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. The divine ring behind Long Chen, and the stars in his eyes that had appeared for just a moment now vanished. He returned to his normal appearance. "Boss, did you have to do that? I just wanted to compete a bit. Did you have to be so serious?" Gu Yang was pulled up by someone. The bones all over his body had cracked, and his internal organs had received quite a shock. "The Dragon Tiger Body Tempering Pill is truly powerful. Just now, I didn't hold back, but you only received a light injury that can be instantly healed. You're pretty good, Gu Yang," praised Long Chen. Just now, he hadn't been merciful, but Gu Yang wasn't even heavily injured. He was very powerful now. If he hadn't condensed the Divine Gate Star, he probably wouldn't be a match for Gu Yang in terms of power anymore. He to be able to block Boss's full-strength attack. "I guess I'm pretty powerful myself." Gu Yang praised himself proudly. Long Chen had always been an unrivaled expert in the same realm. Just how many people were able to block his full-strength attack? It truly was something worth being proud of. With everyone's power explosively growing, Long Chen told them not to cultivate for a little while. They should form pairs and drill against each other in battles of physical power so they could get used to their new power. All in all, the Dragonblood Legion had been risen to a new level thanks to the Dragon Tiger Body Tempering Pills. 3 days later, while Long Chen was busy consuming pills, Xuanhuan excitedly interrupted him. He hugged him and wanted to kiss him, which resulted in Long Chen kicking him away. "Boss, you really are my beloved boss. Starting today, I Xuanhuan am unrivaled beneath the heavens because I just defeated Gu Yang," shouted Xuanhuan excitedly. Chapter 1396 Plotting Strategy. Translator Born to Be. Really? Long Chen was startled. Then he quickly recalled that once Xuanhuan put on his armor, his power rose by dozens of times. His power was the lowest amongst the Dragonblood Legion, but by wearing his armor, his power could match those of Gu Yang and the others. Now after the baptism of the Dragon Tiger Body Tempering Pill and Thunder Force, his base power had multiplied by hundreds of times. With the help of his armor, he truly was capable of defeating Gu Yang. "So do you want to challenge me too?" asked Long Chen. No, I'm not as dumb as Gu Yang. Boss, in my heart you are a god. This junior wouldn't dare to fight you." A bootlicking smile hung on Xuanhuan's face. "Put away your smile, it gives me chills. If you want to say something, just say it." Long Chen shuddered upon seeing Xuanhuan's expression. That smile's destructive power was immense. "Boss, I need to create a new set of armor for myself. I've already designed the blueprints, but I want to see if you have any suggestions." Xuanhuan took out a sheet of paper covered in symbols. This 3-foot-wide paper had over 10,000 mechanisms written all over it. I get it, no wonder you're so low-key. Your armor was destroyed in the battle, wasn't it? Demanded Long Chen. Boss, when it comes to you, my heart is as bright and clear as the sun and moon. I would never challenge you. In my heart, you. Alright, I get it. If you keep talking, I'll end up vomiting all my pills. I'll look at your designs. Long Chen hastily waved his hands to cut Xuanhuan off. He lowered his head to see the composition of his armor. Although Long Chen didn't understand forging, he had many evil thoughts in his head that made Xuanhuan prostrate himself in admiration toward him. When it came to battle experience, no one could surpass Long Chen. In the past, when Xuanhuan had forged his armor, there would always be some flaws, and Long Chen would propose some ways to fix them that had benefited Xuanhuan greatly. That was why Xuanhuan first brought the blueprints to Long Chen this time. Does your propulsion mechanism really have to be on your butt? Long Chen asked with a strange expression. Xuanhuan helplessly said, there's no way around it. Whenever I put it on my hands, feet, or wings, it's very difficult to maintain balance. This is the best spot for it. This propulsion mechanism had been giving Xuanhuan a headache for years now. Every time he accelerated, it looked like he was farting. It wasn't very becoming. However, only by placing it there could he keep his limbs and wings free. He was able to maintain his balance while not affecting his agility in battle. This old design of your armor is no longer very useful. Long Chen looked it over and shook his head. What do you mean? Xuanhuan was dumbfounded. You're still focusing on wide area destruction with this armor. That's not useful to the current Dragonblood Legion. With this kind of attack style, you won't be able to kill our enemies in one blow. People with the qualifications to be our opponents will definitely be high-ranking Celestials. Injuring them but not killing them is meaningless, said Long Chen. You're right. Xuanhuan instantly understood what he was saying. His line of thinking had been too rigid. In the past, in the Eastern Wasteland, to pursue the greatest wide-area destruction had been correct. However, now the Dragonblood Legion's numbers had risen, and the opponents they were facing were powerful heavenly geniuses. He would most probably be fighting one-on-one, only occasionally throwing out area attacks. His area attacks were now ineffective. You can get rid of your 300 area mechanisms. Switch them all for power runes. You only need 5 close-range life-protecting methods in your armor as well. Switch the rest for power runes. You should walk the path of a berserk power fighter, suggested Long Chen. All right, I'll listen to you, boss. Are those runes on your wings for speed? Why are there so few? I only have 3 speed runes, and even they aren't very high level. I also can't carve them in a more concentrated way or they'll cancel each other's effect. Xuanhuan was helpless about it. The majority of the runes he could engrave were for king items. The Xuanhuan Dao sect didn't specialize in forging items, so king items were their limit. As for the ethereal crafting secret record, Xuanhuan had yet to comprehend many of those runes and couldn't add them to his forging. That's no good. With just power and no speed, you won't be able to hit anyone. I'll go ask Zheng Wenlong to get some forging tomes and material for you, said Long Chen. If he wanted Xuanhuan to forge ancestral items, he couldn't be stingy. Without going all the way, any money he did put in would just be wasted. Put your personal armor to the side. Let me see your design for the Dragonblood Warriors' armor and weapons, said Long Chen. Long Chen took out 2 pieces of paper. They were much simpler, but they still needed over 1,000 mechanisms. Not bad. You've carved a formation on the armor that lets everyone share their power for offense and defense. It's ingenious, praised Long Chen. Xuanhuan was a genius when it came to forging. He knew that the Dragonblood Legion fought as a group. By placing formation runes on each set of armor he forged for them, they would be able to work together easier. Although there were only 2 options for sharing their power, one for a collective attack and one for a collective defense, this was still something Xuanhuan had figured out how to do on his own. It was very impressive. I'm planning to use the scale pattern for the armor. The back and heart will be specially protected. Each scale will have a defensive rune on the front, and the back will have an offensive rune linked to their weapons. That way, their weapon and armor will be connected and be able to boost each other's power, explained Xuanhuan as he pointed out various parts of the diagram. During the past few days, I tried forging 2 ancestral items. My forging table and hammer are 100% capable of forging ancestral items. They're that strong? Asked Long Chen. Yes, this forging table seems to be a divine item in and of itself. The forging hammer is the same. As my forging skills continuously advance, it's like they're slumbering divine items slowly awakening their abilities. The weight of the forging hammer always suits me perfectly. It's very strange. Now, each time I use them, I always kowtow to them first. I can feel a faint connection to them now, said Xuanhuan. His respect for the forging table had only risen. When he mentioned it, his mischievous smile was replaced with a devout expression. Long Chen nodded. It seemed that Xuanhuan was someone with a great destiny. The forging table he had pulled out of an ancient tomb in the Geolai secret realm had to possess an extremely terrifying history. Forging ancestral items isn't a problem now, but there is one major problem. That's the item spirit. Without an item spirit, an ancestral item can't possibly unleash the power an ancestral item should possess. It will just be like a king item with a bit more energy, said Xuanhuan. Ancestral items were nourished by generations of experts. That resulted in a powerful item spirit that could assist the master in unleashing the item's full power. An ancestral item needed an item spirit. That wasn't difficult. Even forging masters who could only refine king items were more than capable of adding an item spirit to a weapon. However, the problem was nourishing that item spirit. That process required centuries. For an ancestral item to reach its peak would require millennia. That was what made them so precious, and it was simply impossible for Xuanhuan to do the same in a short period. You just forge them. I'll handle adding the item spirits, said Long Chen. As long as Xuanhuan was capable of forging them, it wasn't a problem. Xuanhuan didn't disappoint Long Chen. In just 3 days, he brought a scale armor and sword set that were on the level of ancestral items. However, they were still a mock-up and hadn't had any additional runes inscribed on them. Xuanhuan was just letting Long Chen see their appearance. If there was no problem, he would start forging them en masse. Over half of the Dragonblood Legion used swords. Long Chen sighed emotionally as he held the sword. Xuanhuan was truly a blessing to him. Who would have thought that his forging table would be so amazing that it could even forge ancestral items? The length, width, height, weight, shape, everything about it was very satisfactory. Long Chen told Xuanhuan to imprint an image of a divine dragon on the weapons. That would be the mark of the Dragonblood Legion. Since Long Chen was satisfied, Xuanhuan quickly finished the armor and sword. They were both fiery red and contained a huge amount of flame energy. That was the result of being forged with divine flame crystals. They possessed a powerful flame attribute, which wasn't suitable for wood or water element cultivators. Fortunately, those two attributes were rather rare, and only a couple hundred of them existed in the Dragonblood Legion. The others could use these. Long Chen put on the armor and wielded the sword, testing their power. As expected, without item spirits, there was no way to unleash the power of ancestral items. Since everything was confirmed, Xuanhuan went into seclusion and began to forge the scale armor and swords. Since the materials being used were of the highest quality, the forging table seemed to be receiving some kind of nourishment and seemed to be awakening. That delighted Xuanhuan, and he began forging like his life depended on it. As for Long Chen, he sent a letter to Zhang Wenlong. Zhang Wenlong's efficiency was extremely high, and in just 10 days, he had gathered a large pile of forging runes and ancient tomes perfect for Xuanhuan's level. He had also brought over a mass of ancestral items materials. Of course, Long Chen wouldn't let Zhang Wenlong suffer a loss. He directly gave him 1,000 divine flame crystals and one of those giant divine crystals. When Zhang Wenlong saw that giant divine crystal, he was completely dumbfounded. The divine energy within it made it a priceless treasure. Even he didn't possess the qualifications to auction off such a terrifying treasure. Long Chen said that Zhang Wenlong should simply take it and treat it as him paying off all his debts. He trusted the Hegemon sect and the way they conducted their business. After sending off Zhang Wenlong, Long Chen went into seclusion. The rest of the Dragonblood Legion also went into seclusion with a pile of medicinal pills that Long Chen had given them. Those were the pills he had plundered from Pill Valley. They had Pill Valley's mark and so they couldn't be sold. They should be used for private consumption. As a result, everyone entered a state of constant medication. Chapter 13, 97 Portal to the Spirit World. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen, we've managed to get news of Chu Yao. Long Chen was in the midst of eating his food as fast as possible when Meng Qi and Tang Waner came flying into his room. Long Chen spat out the pills accidentally, then he hastily stuffed them into his mouth and swallowed. Are you serious? It's true. The Hegemon sex people sent this over. Open it. Tang Wan'er pushed a jade case into Long Chen's hands. Long Chen's hands trembled. Despite having faced armies of thousands of powerful enemies, he had never been this nervous before. He slowly opened the jade case. Inside, there was a verdant leaf that looked almost crystalline. It emitted boundless life energy. The entire room became filled with life energy. The potted plants Meng Qi had placed in Long Chen's room all began to rapidly grow as they overflowed with vitality. The dragon swims across the 4 oceans. The phoenix flies throughout the 9 lands. Seas of blood may block us, but we will never give up our path. Dragon and phoenix will both live to old age. These 4 lines were on the leaf. This was the promise the 2 of them had made to each other during the Phoenix Cry Lantern Festival. The first 2 lines were what Chu Yao had summoned the courage to say to express her life for Long Chen, while she was stuck in an inescapable cage. The last 2 lines were what Long Chen had sworn in front of all the experts of the capital. Although they contained some of the frivolity of youth, the 2 of them truly loved each other. Seeing these words, Long Chen's tears almost overflowed. These words were not written on the leaf. Instead, they were the result of the natural vein lines on the leaf. In other words, they had formed when this leaf was born. Although Long Chen didn't know how Chu Yao had managed to do this, just from this small leaf, he could feel how much Chu Yao missed him and her heartfelt feelings. For him, Chu Yao had sacrificed far too much. She had gone all alone into the Central Plains, a foreign world. She had done this despite how much she yearned to be with him. All the case held was this leaf. There was no letter, but Long Chen could already understand Chu Yao's heart. The emotions between them had reached the point that they couldn't be described with words. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er were both aware of his past with Chu Yao. They exchanged a look, both feeling pity. They had been with Long Chen this entire time. Although it had been dangerous and they had gone through countless battles, they were able to fight alongside Long Chen. They were much more fortunate than Chu Yao. "I wonder how big Sister Chu Yao is lately. Why hasn't she come to see us?" asked Tang Wan'er. "Chu Yao should be in a very critical period and can't come. Otherwise, she'd definitely come and find us. Don't worry, the current Chu Yao is stronger than any of us." Long Chen gently stroked the leaf with a faint smile. He sensed many things from this leaf. "Stronger than any one of us. Is she stronger than you?" asked Tang Wan'er with disbelief. "At the very least, she's stronger than the current me." Long Chen nodded. This leaf contained a familiar aura. That was an aura he had felt from Pill Valley's Pill Fairy, as well as the illusory music immortal palace's Ziyan. At the same time, he thought of 4 dislikable figures that had appeared in the immemorial path. When Yue Zioqian was about to pass her tribulation, those 4 idiots had almost caused her to be killed by her tribulation. In his fury, Long Chen had provoked the heavenly Daos and brought down heavenly punishment. That had ruined those 4's tribulations and scared them off. Could it be that those 4 are also existences on that level? Wondered Long Chen. He felt boundless life energy from this leaf, as well as boundless heavenly Dao energy. Although it was just a single leaf, it seemed to represent the will of the heavens. Its existence broke all the laws around it. "Meng Qi Wan'er, your cultivation bases have pretty much stabilized. You should refine the rank 9 heavenly Dao fruits. As for the remaining 3, hand them to Gu Yang, Song Minjuan, and Li Qi. Gu Ran doesn't have the time." Long Chen handed 5 rank 9 heavenly Dao fruits to them. 4 of them had come from Pill Valley's Dajiang, Dan Yangsu, Can Dongs, and Jiang Zijun. Although they had been killed by the all-devil monster, and not him personally, as long as someone died around Long Chen, their heavenly Dao energy would be absorbed by the primal chaos space and condensed into a heavenly Dao fruit. The 5th fruit came from the ancient family alliance's Luo Minghao. He also wasn't killed by Long Chen, but by Meng Qi. That idiot had been so incredibly unbridled that he had completely infuriated Meng Qi. He had spoken so many profanities and insulted Long Chen so much that she hadn't hesitated at all. Wilda was sleeping, while Yue Zifeng had been brought away by Ling Yunzi to the Heavenly Sword Gate. But of course, those 2 had special cultivation paths and didn't need the Heavenly Dao fruit. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er weren't surprised when Long Chen brought the rank 9 Heavenly Dao fruit out. He had already told them everything that had happened in Pill Valley. However, he had wanted to raise their power before letting them refine the Heavenly Dao fruit. The order of priority couldn't be messed up. He also took out plenty of rank 8 and rank 7 Heavenly Dao fruits for Meng Qi to distribute. 3 months passed without any disturbance. No one came to find trouble for the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Pill Valley didn't do anything. Instead, a very unsettling piece of news spread. Problems had occurred in the circulation of pills coming out of Pill Valley, and that shook the entire cultivation world. People quickly managed to investigate the truth. When that Master Longsan had plundered Pill Valley, he had taken all their medicinal pills and ingredients. This news threw the cultivation world into a panic. Without medicinal pills, the world would enter chaos. Pill Valley did their best to hide the truth because they hadn't wanted to cause a panic. However, their ability at keeping secrets was far too lacking to succeed in such a venture. Countless sects turned to the Xuanhuan sect, who viewed alchemy as a side business. Many sects were afraid of not being able to have their medicinal pill requirements be met by Pill Valley, so they secretly went to buy pills from the Xuanhuan sect. The Xuanhuan sect's stock of medicinal pills was quickly bought out, but countless sects were won over by their actions. Even though the demand had been so high, they hadn't inflated the price at all. Therefore, many sects began to sign long-term purchasing contracts with the Xuanhuan sect. The Xuanhuan sect always kept such contracts secret, and there were many measures in place to keep others from learning of them. As a result, the various large sects all formed agreements with the Xuanhuan sect. This way, they would have two sources for medicinal pills. This was the best option for them. Even those sects that had been hugging Pill Valley's leg from the start were starting to sway. That was because Pill Valley was hard-pressed, and their interior was still a mess. They couldn't bother with outsiders. These sects' disciples had been killed by Chen because they had been currying favor with Pill Valley. However, Pill Valley hadn't given them any compensation. It didn't even say a single word of comfort. Now, even those loyal followers had no choice but to side closer to the Xuanhuan sect. Pill Valley couldn't do anything as the Xuanhuan sect expanded its business into the pill market. Right now, they were doing their utmost to refine more pills to meet the market demand. They could only pick medicinal ingredients from their fields, but some of them took hundreds or thousands of years to mature. Without their previous stock, there was no way for them to meet the demand. All of Pill Valley was in disorder, and they truly hated Master Longsan now. The elders and disciples belonging to the radical faction were all repeatedly cursed, but they couldn't even retort. However, after a moment of chaos, the waves passed. After calming down, the sects realized that they had been worrying over nothing. They already possessed a large stock of medicinal pills that could last them for many years. During this time, Pill Valley or the Xuanhuan sect would be constantly trying to resolve this problem. If they couldn't buy medicinal pills, well, others couldn't either. Everyone would be on even playing ground, so there was no need to panic. This wasn't something that would cause some sects to be wiped out and others to dominate, so there was no need to panic. Everyone could suffer together. The waves caused by the shortage of medicinal pills passed, but another even more shocking piece of news spread throughout the world. The heaven-devouring forest's tree demons had suddenly left this world, leaving behind a huge spatial portal. That portal led to the spirit world. Rumor said that the spirit world possessed countless treasures. Divine springs littered the ground, and just drinking a mouthful of its water could extend a person's longevity by hundreds of years. The continent was rocked. Experts wanted to go adventuring, but this news came too suddenly. It had to be known that the heaven-devouring forest was one of the 7 great forbidden zones. The life forms of the forest were even more terrifying than magical beasts. People suspected that it was a trap. However, there was no lack of people who wanted to go on adventures. Some experts finally couldn't help going. The first person was a life star expert, and he was instantly rejected by the spatial portal. His physical body exploded, and only his Yuan spirit escaped. People immediately realized that life star experts could not enter this spatial portal. So a soul transformation expert tested his luck. He was also forced back, but because his cultivation base was lower, he only suffered a light backlash. Finally, Jade core disciples managed to go through the portal and enter the spirit world. They entered one by one, but none of them returned. Yet some sects still sent some of their disciples to test their luck. Finally, a disciple managed to return alive. He brought back a shocking piece of news. A huge war was being fought in the spirit world. This news shook the Central Plains. This was the best chance to dredge up some benefits. The righteous path, corrupt path, ancient races, and ancient family alliance sent countless Jade core geniuses to the spatial portal. As for when Chen heard this news, he immediately gathered the Dragonblood Legion. I will finally repay the debt I owe from back then. Chapter 1398, Heading for the Spirit World. Translator Born to Be. Just as Long Chen gathered the Dragon Blood Legion, Li Tianxuan came to find him. He gravely warned, "Think carefully about this. That place is like a pool of muddy water. It involves many things." Long Chen was startled. He couldn't figure out what exactly Li Tianxuan was saying. An entrance to the spirit world had been opened, and adventurers had already gone to test their luck. How was it a pool of muddy water? If he said that it was dangerous, that would make sense, but a pool of muddy water, that was dumbfounding. "Let him go," the Xuanhuan Tower's voice rang out. "But Senior," "There's nothing to say. Long Chen is well aware that that place is dangerous. Since he wants to go, it means he has his reasons. Since you've decided to let go, you should let go completely." Li Tianxuan's expression was helpless, while Long Chen's expression was questioning. It seemed they knew something but refused to tell him. Once Long Chen left, Li Tianxuan stood in the Xuanhuan Tower. The Xuanhuan Tower's ancient voice rang out once more. "From the eastern wasteland to the central plains, Long Chen has never walked the common path. Even if you told him everything, you wouldn't change his decision. Instead, you would simply draw karma to yourself. In my eyes, that is very foolish." "But Senior, the spirit world involves so many different things. Once Long Chen enters, no one can control Long Chen's fate. No one is qualified to guide him down his path. Since you've chosen to leave the Xuanhuan Dao Sect's fate to him, you should give him free rein. Sometimes speaking is an instinct, while not speaking is the truly wise choice." The Xuanhuan Tower's voice was completely calm, as if this was an extremely minor affair. "Disciple was foolish. Thank you for your guidance." Li Tianxuan took a deep breath. "Your concern caused your thoughts to become muddled. You've lost your initial transcendent attitude. When you decided to give the Xuanhuan Dao Sect to Long Chen, you were someone outside the game. But once you left it to him, you became someone inside the game. The viewpoints between the two are immense. People inside the game see a mountain as a mountain, water as water. But people outside the game know a mountain is not just a mountain, and water is not just water." A spark of comprehension appeared in Li Tianxuan's eyes, and he knelt on the ground, respectfully saying, "Many thanks for your guidance, Senior." The Xuanhuan Tower had been the divine item of the Xuanhuan Dao Sect's patriarch. Even the Xuan master had to call themselves disciple in front of it. "There's no need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Long Chen, or perhaps the high priest of the Wine God Palace. It was his wine that allowed your mental realm to rise to an unprecedented height, while I just gave you some slight guidance. You've reached the peak of life star and can enter the netherworld whenever you want. But the Xuanhuan Dao Sect still needs you for now. Your master is at a critical juncture, so you can't attempt to break through." "I know," Li Tianxuan nodded. "As for Long Chen's matter, don't bother with him. Just keep the attitude of a spectator. The lines of fate are in chaos, and the world is about to change. You are not this era's main character, so being a spectator isn't necessarily something bad," said the Xuanhuan Tower. "Could it be that even if I entered the Nether Passage realm, I still wouldn't be able to play a leading role in this era?" Li Tianxuan bitterly smiled. "Child, with your talent as an acquired rank 9 celestial who is qualified to attack the Nether Passage realm in just 800 years, you can already count as a genius. However, this stage is not for you, so just be content as a spectator." "All right, I'll listen to you. I'll be a spectator," said Li Tianxuan helplessly. Li Tianxuan was over 800 years old, but for Life Star experts, a single round of seclusion might last over 100 years or several hundred years. So, he was actually very young. The other heavenly geniuses in the same generation as him had all slowly fallen or been thrown so far behind that they would never catch up. Recently, he had touched the door to the Nether Passage realm, and so a competitive drive had been ignited in him again. Based on the Xuanhuan Tower's words, even if he reached that realm, he would still just be a spectator. That was quite the blow. However, the Xuanhuan Tower was the first-generation patriarch's divine item. Li Tianxuan felt great reverence for it. "Then should the reincarnation mirror be sent to escort Long Chen?" asked Li Tianxuan. This time the Xuanhuan Tower didn't bother answering. Li Tianxuan couldn't help but blush, and he hastily said, "Disciple knows his mistake." "Yes, boss, when did you get such an amazing flying boat?" Guo Ran excitedly cried out as he drove the flying boat. This was thousands of times better than any flying boat he had ever driven. The entire Dragonblood Legion was on the flying boat. But this time, Long Chen only brought the Dragonblood Legion. He hadn't brought Hua Xiu, Zhao Ziyan, and the others. He had noticed that they were slightly different from the Dragonblood warriors. That was because they had originally been peak heavenly geniuses, and they lacked a kind of determination to press forward even in the face of death. As for the Dragonblood Legion, both the old Dragonblood warriors and the newer Dragonmark warriors had been lacking in talent. The only reason they had been able to climb to their current height was because they had worked as if their lives depended on it. They possessed the resolve to put their lives on the line. As they hadn't been blessed with anything, they weren't afraid of losing it. Geniuses all possessed a feeling of superiority. They were unable to truly maintain the same heart as the Dragonblood Legion. Although they listened to Long Chen's orders, and there was no need to question their loyalty, there was simply something that couldn't be clearly explained lacking within them. Because they were lacking that thing, in the end, they were unable to be one with the Dragonblood Legion. Furthermore, this trip to the spirit world was not a vacation. There would definitely be a bloody slaughter. Thus, Long Chen didn't want to implicate anyone outside the Dragonblood Legion. This trip to the spirit world was to repay his debts. If the expert from the spirit world hadn't bestowed him with the divine life elixir, he'd have long since died. Waldo would also have died, and it was unknown just many of the people beside him right now would also be dead. He owed that expert a huge debt. As for the Dragonblood Legion, they were his life and death brothers, so they naturally went with him. He didn't want to draw anyone else into his problems. This flying boat was gifted to me. Long Chen lazily reclined in a chair in the control room. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er were pouring tea for him, and he received a cup from Meng Qi. Gifted who was so nice? Asked Xuanhuan. Who knows how many hearts of beauties he seduced this time? Being gifted a single flying boat isn't much. Am I right, Master Long San? Tang Wan'er raised her brows at Long Chen. Her bright eyes were locked onto his, seeming to pierce into his heart. Long Chen almost spat out his tea. Smiling a smile that wasn't a smile, he said, "Girl, with your little bit of spiritual strength, you shouldn't try using spiritual peeping arts on me." He didn't know what she was thinking. She was using her spiritual strength to sense if he was lying, but her spiritual strength wasn't able to do such a thing to him. Scoundrel, stop changing the subject. Speak, did you seduce any beauties this time? Tang Wan'er was embarrassed, and her embarrassment quickly turned into rage. She grabbed Long Chen's collar. Without even thinking about it, I know it definitely happened. If he didn't do such a thing, he wouldn't be the boss, said Xuanhuan. Perhaps he was thinking of the pain he had suffered when being tempered by lightning. Long Chen raged, "You just fly the boat." "Don't worry, boss, with my technique I can fly with my eyes closed. Sister Wan'er, I'm willing to bet that this time, boss seduced at least 3 beauties on his trip to Pill Valley. If you don't believe me, just keep questioning him. Of course, with boss's calm, just asking isn't useful. Without a bit of torture, he won't speak the truth. So how about this? If it's less than 3, I'll eat this flying boat," promised Xuanhuan. "Big sister Meng Qi, you come and try." Tang Wan'er kept a tight grip on Long Chen as she called out to Meng Qi. Long Chen clenched his teeth when he saw Xuanhuan's pleased expression. It seemed that this little fellow's confidence had inflated. Now he even dared to con his boss. "Stop messing around. Long Chen went to Pill Valley for proper things. He wouldn't act as unreasonably as you're saying." Meng Qi shook her head. "Meng Qi, thank you for your trust. You really treat me the best." Long Chen was extremely moved. Meng Qi truly was the best. "However, I'm very curious, is that Pill Fairy very beautiful?" Meng Qi's beautiful eyes contained a teasing light. The change in subject came so suddenly that Long Chen was caught off guard. He was still filled with gratitude toward her when she pulled the subject right back. Only Meng Qi, Tang Wan'er, Xuanhuan, Gu Yang, Li Qi, and Song Minjuan knew about his trip to Pill Valley. The other Dragonblood warriors had no idea. "Boss, is that Pill Fairy really like a real-life fairy? Did you manage to seduce her Aya?" Xuanhuan turned back with a mischievous smile when he was suddenly slapped by Long Chen. Long Chen's sudden attack caused Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er to let out startled cries. Xuanhuan's words were cut off in the middle, and the control mechanism in his hand tilted. The flying boat was in the midst of passing through 2 large mountains, and as a result, it tilted and crashed into one. Boom, a large jag appeared on the mountain, and the flying boat shuddered violently. Fortunately, its defenses automatically activated, and it wasn't damaged. "Sorry, boss, sorry. I'll properly fly the boat. You guys can chat." Seeing Long Chen's dark expression, Xuanhuan hastily turned away, making sure not to say another word. The sound of Gu Yang's cursing rang out from above. The collision just now had been especially aggravating for him and the others. This flying boat was something Long Chen had stolen from Pill Valley, but the outside had already been disguised. The original markings had been removed so that it no longer looked like Pill Valley's flying boat. Just as Tang Wanner was interrogating Long Chen for details about the Pill Ferry, the flying boat slowly descended to where the heaven-devouring forest had once been. Chapter 1399 Strain. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen could no longer recognize this place. The heaven-devouring forest's towering trees had all vanished. The ground looked like it had been freshly overturned. It was like this entire land had been plowed and was simply left to nature. Wild growth grew everywhere. The flying boat continued forward, but Long Chen was puzzled. The horde of adventurers he had expected to see rushing in this direction never appeared. Although he did see a few, they were sparse and isolated, only in small groups of just several people. What's going on? Why would only so few people come for such a good opportunity? Wondered Tang Wanner. Is it that it's too dangerous so they don't dare? Xuanhuan was also suspicious. The heaven-devouring forest's name is on the same level as Devil Spirit Mountain, but Devil Spirit Mountain had so many people adventuring inside. It doesn't make sense. Meng Qi shook her head. According to reason, something this huge would have shaken all the Central Plains geniuses, and they would have flocked over. But they didn't see any large groups. Even groups over 10 people were very rare. Seeing how few adventurers there were, Long Chen thought of Li Tianxuan's warning. Was this to say that he knew what was going on with the spirit world? The flying boat quickly reached the spatial portal at the center of this region. From a distance, it looked like the gaping maw of a giant beast that was patiently waiting for its prey to enter. The spatial portal was dozens of miles wide, giving off violent spatial fluctuations. The space around it rippled like water. This was a spatial portal that had existed for countless years, and the spatial channel inside was completely stable. It was like a door to the spirit world. However, this place had been the heart of the heaven-devouring forest and had always been a forbidden land to human cultivators. If the heaven-devouring forest's tree demons hadn't suddenly vanished, no one would have known that there was such a spatial portal here. This spatial portal was opened by the tree demons and was made for them. Human soul transformation experts and above would feel a strong sense of expulsion if they tried to enter, and if they forced it, the spatial backlash would kill them. Long Chen put away the spatial boat. The Dragonblood warriors stood in front of the spatial portal, all of them feeling their spirits rise. Long Chen had said that they were going to return a debt. Long Chen's debt was their debt, and they also wanted to take a look at the legendary spirit world. Let's go. Long Chen led the way. Meng Qi and Tang Wanner followed right behind him, and then the rest of the Dragonblood warriors. Gu Yang and Xuanhuan took the rear. Buzz. Space shook and the scene in front of Long Chen changed. He saw he was standing on top of a mountain. An endless forest stretched beyond the horizon. This is the spirit world. What strong life energy fluctuations, exclaimed Tang Wanner. But this air also contained something evil. For Meng Qi, this was her second trip to the spirit world. She could sense that this place was different from the last place they had entered from. Long Chen hadn't even had a chance to completely capture the scenery around him before a blood-red sword slashed toward him from an odd angle. Over 10 other figures appeared with the sword, attacking Long Chen. Wind blades suddenly formed in the air, slicing through those people like flying knives. Tang Wanner was now a rank 9 celestial, and her control over wind energy had reached the point that she could control it at will. Even without forming hand seals, she could control the surrounding wind. There from the corrupt path, Meng Qi was surprised. There were a total of 17 of them, and 16 of them were soul transformation experts. These people were all very weak. They were only rank 3 celestials, but the shocking thing was that they were soul transformation experts. Just how had they entered the spirit world? The rest of the Dragonblood Legion now entered. The first thing they saw were the corpses on the ground. Sorry, I couldn't control my energy perfectly. Tang Wanner stuck out her tongue with embarrassment. As a rank 9 celestial, even just a random attack from her contained the might of the heavenly Taos. These people were too weak. Even their yuan spirits were destroyed. How strange. They were from the corrupt path, so they should have recognized Long Chen. Were they trying to get themselves killed by attacking him? Meng Qi was trying to make sense of what was going on. If you were to ask who the corrupt path wanted to kill the most, it would definitely be Long Chen. Whether it was in the eastern wasteland or the central plains, Long Chen had killed countless of their experts. That incident on Devil Spirit Mountain had especially been vicious. Long Chen had killed so many of their geniuses. Therefore, Now that the corrupt path as a whole hated Long Chen, how could their people attack and fail to recognize him? No one could figure that out. Even Long Chen himself couldn't tell what was going on. He could only vaguely feel just how grave this matter was. Li Tianxuan had clearly known some things and wanted to tell him, but the Xuanhuan Tower had prevented him from doing so. Kill! Suddenly, a furious roar came from the distance. Experts from the corrupt path charged over. There were dozens of them, but what was shocking was that half of them were life-star experts. You're Long Chen. Ha ha ha, kill him. Their leader suddenly recognized Long Chen and began to laugh with delight. A rank 5 celestial dares to be so arrogant. Gu Yang flew out, his spear striking like a poisonous snake. That life-star expert was startled as this bald fellow made his soul shudder. Feeling that this baldy posed a mortal threat to him, he took out his corrupt weapon, a curved blade with an evil aura coming out of it. He raised it against Gu Yang's spear. Boom! His corrupt weapon shattered, and he himself was blown apart by Gu Yang's spear. His Yuan spirit tried to escape, but it was destroyed by another thrust of Gu Yang's spear. A life-star expert was instantly slain by Gu Yang. Both the corrupt experts and the Dragonblood warriors were shocked. However, Long Chen had expected this. These life-star experts were the weakest existences in their realm. For rank 3 celestials, due to their limited talent, reaching the Jade core realm would normally be their limit. The limit for rank 4 celestials was soul transformation, and the limit for rank 5 celestials was the life-star realm. This so-called limit referred to never being able to advance again after making their breakthrough. In other words, once a rank 5 celestial broke through to the life-star realm, their cultivation bases wouldn't advance again. These people's cultivation bases would be stuck in the state of someone who had just broken through. They couldn't even count as having reached the first heaven stage. It was a bit similar to how Liu Kang had used a life-star bead to break through. However, these people were even weaker than Liu Kang, and their weapons were all inferior king items, with half not even having reached the king item level. As for Gu Yang's spear, it was an ancestral item Long Chen had brought out of Devil Spirit Mountain. In the first clash, that curved blade was as weak as paper, and the life-star expert was slain. Kill them all, Meng Qi, see if you can soul-search them. Long Chen waved his hand, giving out his orders. Kill! Gu Yang felt like his heart was about to burst with joy after killing a life-star expert in one blow. This feeling of accomplishment was truly stimulating. His spear unleashed a wave of spear images at the corrupt experts. The Dragonblood Legion instantly surrounded those people. Tang Wan'er, Li Qi, and Song Minjuan all attacked. What they found strange was that these life-star experts were truly weak. They were all killed in just a few exchanges. As for the soul transformation experts, they were even weaker than ordinary Jade Core disciples. They might not even be a match for the Xuanhuan Dao Sect's outer sect Jade Core disciples. The Dragonblood Legion had never encountered such weak life-star experts. They were all slain in just a few breaths, dumbfounding the Dragonblood warriors. They were just too weak. Boss, what's going on? Gu Yang's excitement vanished. He was just stunned at how weak these people had been. How was it, Meng Qi? Long Chen didn't reply to him, instead turning to Meng Qi. Meng Qi's hand slowly came out of their seal. A rune on her forehead faded, and she opened her eyes, shaking her head. Their souls were filled with restrictions, and I couldn't get anything of value from them. They're the corrupt path's weakest existences and aren't even fighting experts. Normally, they are in charge of gathering information, and thus the corrupt path doesn't view them highly. These people's longevity was coming to an end, so they were sent to kill any disciples that entered from this channel. But there is one piece of important news I obtained. They didn't enter from this spatial portal. Instead, they entered through other means. Other means? Yes, their memories were sealed, but by scouring the fragments of their souls, I was able to piece together that they had entered the spirit world from a large transportation formation. Furthermore, the number of people that came with them was extremely great. Meng Qi was now worried. The corrupt path's transportation formation could dispatch experts above the Jade Core realm. Meanwhile, the outside world's experts could only send in Jade Core disciples and below. In this case, the righteous path's disciples would be slaughtered if they encountered the corrupt path here. The scent of a scheme was growing stronger. The corrupt path's experts had entered the spirit world in force. For the Dragonblood Legion to have also entered, they had essentially stepped into the corrupt path's hive. Long Chen thought about it for a while before shaking his head. The old man said constantly using brains to resolve problems will cause a person's body to regress and their guts to shrink. There's no need to think too much about it. It doesn't matter what they're scheming. All we have to do is flip the heavens as usual. When has the Dragonblood Legion ever been afraid? Then he raised his hand and summoned the flying boat. Since they want to play with their secret schemes, we'll just use an open scheme. Let's move out. Chapters 1400 Piles of White Bones. Translator Born to Be. The flying boat shot through the air like a streak of light. It was completely unbridled and fearless. Below them was an endless sea of trees. "Boss, don't you think this is too unbridled?" asked Xuanhuan as he controlled the flying boat. "No need to worry, just keep flying like this. The more carefully we travel, the easier they'll find us. Perhaps by flying so openly, we can pass ourselves off as belonging here," said Chen. Since the corrupt path could enter this place without any restrictions on their cultivation base, Chen wanted to test if the tree demons might view them as from the corrupt path. He also realized why they hadn't seen disciples of other sects rushing over to the spatial portal. The sect leaders of the various sects must be aware of some secrets and had warned their disciples not to come. He didn't know why the Xuanhuan Tower would prevent Li Tianxuan from telling him those things, but he knew the Xuanhuan Tower wouldn't harm him. If the Xuanhuan Tower wouldn't tell him, he would find the answer on his own. "What direction should we go then?" asked Xuanhuan. "Just close your eyes and fly. As long as you don't fly into any mountains, you can go wherever you want," replied Chen. "Boss, can you not mess around so much? I'm talking seriously." "I'm talking seriously as well. The spirit world's huge, and I don't even know where the person I'm looking for is. So you can fly wherever you want," said Chen. Last time he had come with Meng Qi to the spirit world, and they had only seen a single corner of the spirit world. They hadn't entered very deeply. When he compared the huge trees they had seen at that time with the heaven-devouring forest tree demons, he found that what they had seen last time weren't worth anything, so they could fly around blindly. "Heavens, these trees are giant." Meng Qi, Tang Wanner, and the others all let out a startled cry. The trees in front of them blocked out the sun, turning the world dark. "We were just in the outer region before. Now we've entered the real spirit world. Xuanhuan, keep flying like before. Just charge through directly," said Chen. These trees were so tall that the flying boat couldn't fly above them. The airflow that high would cause huge resistance and greatly impact their speed. Xuanhuan involuntarily gulped at the sight of these somewhat sinister giant trees. He had never seen trees like this. They gave off a feeling similar to magical beasts baring their teeth. However, with Chen's orders, he could only steel himself and send the flying boat charging through their midst. The darkness in front of them was endless. The sunlight was completely blocked by the leaves. This was a world of darkness, of deathly silence. However, the flying boat didn't slow down. It continued charging forward, and these sinister trees didn't do anything to stop them. Chen narrowed his eyes. This was truly abnormal. Although these tree demons were low tier, they definitely had to have some intelligence. According to reason, they shouldn't permit the flying boat to continue so brazenly. "Increase the speed." Xuanhuan slowly increased the flying boat's speed to its max. Just as everyone's hearts were clenching tightly, these huge trees opened a path for them. "Boss, why is the path starting to curve?" called out Xuanhuan. The path the trees had opened was not straight. "It doesn't matter, just follow the path," said Chen. This wide path finally let in some sunlight. It was the only light in this world of darkness. They rushed forward on this path, but everyone was still tense. Through this flight, they finally recognized the terror of the spirit world. Even after 3 days and nights of travel, they were still on this path. The flying boat was going at max speed. The distance they had crossed would probably be enough to even cross the martial heaven sea ring. "Boss, another flying boat has appeared," cried out Xuanhuan. Another flying boat was up ahead, but it was much smaller than theirs. After all, this flying boat had been stolen from Pill Valley. It was the highest grade flying boat. Just a few seconds after noticing the second flying boat, they caught up. "It's from the ancient races." Everyone easily recognized that the flying boat belonged to the ancient races just from the mark. There were thousands of ancient race experts on the flying boat. An elder standing at the front of the flying boat shouted, "Which power are you from? Why haven't you displayed your symbol?" "Boss, what do we do?" asked Xuanhuan. Chen thought about it for a moment. He couldn't figure out why these ancient race experts would be here. Furthermore, that elder was clearly a life star expert. Eliminate them. Boss, are you joking? Xuanhuan jumped in shock. Don't waste words. Slowly open the barrier. We're attacking, said Long Chen. The flying boat's runes lit up. The barrier slowly opened, allowing the ancient race experts to see which power they were from. They were first dumbfounded to see a mass of people. But when they saw one guy in particular who was waving at them, when they saw that extremely friendly smile, their expressions instantly changed. Long Chen. Boom. Just as they were shocked by the sight of Long Chen, a huge cannonball smashed into their flying boat. The ancient races hadn't expected that they would be attacked, and Long Chen was truly evil to store up energy as they slowly lowered the barrier. As a result, the ancient race's flying boat exploded, and all the people on it were killed. Even the Life Star expert was not an exception. Because it had come so suddenly, they hadn't been prepared at all. The explosion of their flying boat's core was so destructive that not even their Yuan spirits escaped. Although the explosion also affected the giant trees, Long Chen had told Xuanhuan to fly away at top speed as soon as the attack was launched. They were already rushing away. Strange, why didn't these trees attack us? Wondered Xuanhuan. It's not strange. The ancient races and the corrupt path have very likely come to reinforce the heaven-devouring forest, said Long Chen. From his various tests, and the fact that Li Tianxuan had wanted to warn him, as well as Pill Valley's relationship with the heaven-devouring forest, Long Chen had come up with a very brazen theory. The forest divinity he had encountered in the outskirts of the Phoenix Cry Empire had possessed a holy and divine aura. It had been completely different from the berserk and evil aura of these tree demons. It was likely that the spirit world possessed two great powers. One was the side of the forest divinity, while the heaven-devouring forest represented the other side. As for the experts that said that a war was being fought in the spirit world, that was nonsense. It was part of the corrupt path scheme. They were trying to draw more adventurers to their deaths. There had been so many experts guarding the spatial portal. Although they were incredibly weak for the Dragonblood Legion, they could easily slaughter Jade core disciples. Most importantly, this situation in the spirit world was definitely known by Li Tianxuan. His warning was definitely going to be that other sects weren't letting their disciples come, because this wasn't a good opportunity, but a sinister trap instead. They continued flying for 2 more days, and the huge trees slowly dwindled in number. Replacing the forest was a barren mountain range. The ground had been destroyed, and the scars of battle were still present. A dense scent of blood still hung in the air. It seems we've reached the battlefield. Let's continue onward, but carefully. We might end up joining a bloody battle at any moment, and there won't be any time to warm up, called out Long Chen. He couldn't conceal his excitement. He had owed this debt for a long, long time, and that pressure had been like a stone weighing down his heart the entire time. He wanted to cast it away as soon as possible. As they continued onward, he realized that this battlefield was even larger than he had thought. The ground below them was stained red with blood, and there were huge skeletons as large as mountains. Their flesh had already vanished, but their skeletons still emitted terrifying auras. At first they only appeared occasionally, but as the flying boat advanced, more and more of them appeared. The entire ground became covered with white bones. Did we end up coming to hell? Xuanhuan couldn't help muttering as he stared at the white bones covering the blood-stained ground. This scene was truly similar to the hell spoken in legends. Suddenly, they heard a furious roar in the distance, and the ground trembled. A ray of light soared into the sky, but they were still too far to tell what was going on. We're going. The flying boat sped off in the direction of the light. Chapter 14. One woman of the spirit race. Translator born to be. The flying boat shot forward, allowing them to see several giant beasts attacking a person. These beasts were called scorpion lions. They were 8th-rank magical beasts. Their upper bodies were covered in fur, while their lower bodies were cloaked in plates of armor. They had long tails with huge stingers. Each of these scorpion lions was 300 meters long, and crazily attacking one person. Long Chen and the others were surprised by the appearance of the person whom these scorpion lions were attacking. It was a slender, beautiful woman who wasn't wearing any clothes. She had 2 leaves covering her chest and a skirt made of woven leaves around her waist. Her legs were extremely large. She didn't have the proportions of a normal person. At this time, one of the scorpion lions opened its mouth, and a white ripple spread. The ground crumbled, and the woman pressed down on the ground. That allowed Long Chen and the others to see her face. Her face was beautiful, making her look like a spirit elf. Her nose pointed up slightly, and her eyes protruded out a bit more than a regular person's. Her pupils were emerald green, and there was an image of 6 leaves on her forehead. This woman was extremely strange. Her aura was completely different from a normal cultivator's, but based on the power she had displayed, she seemed to possess the power of a sea expansion expert. Even surrounded by these scorpion lions, she didn't panic. She held an emerald bow, and she shot out an arrow. The bow and arrow were extremely simple. The bowstring looked to be a wooden vine, while the arrow didn't even possess an arrowhead. It was just a sharp stick. Shockingly, the arrow directly pierced through the scorpion lion's defenses. How is that possible? A stick was able to break the defense of an 8th-rank magical beast. If that bow was a king item, then fine, but it was clearly just the simplest, most primitive bow. How did it possess such power? The scorpion lion roared painfully. It was the same furious roar that they had heard before. Xuanhuan, prepare to attack. I'll give you a chance to be the hero saving the beauty. That woman's running out of energy, said Chen. Although Chen didn't understand this woman, from his years of combat experience, he could guess that this woman was like an oil lamp on the verge of running out of oil. That arrow she had shot out had clearly been pointed at the scorpion lion's eyes, a vital spot. But when she had unleashed it, her hand had shuddered, causing her arrow to miss and strike its neck. Boss, you really are my beloved boss, my. Just go. Chen grabbed Xuanhuan and threw him off the boat. I swept through the 4 seas, crossed 1,000 mountains, caused huge billows in heaven and earth, slaughtered demons, eliminated devils, plucked the stars and moon. If there's a beauty in need of saving, Xuanhuan will be her hero. Xuanhuan struck a very flashy pose in the air as he shouted. Chen and the others almost coughed up blood. This was just too shameless. This damn Chen of his was always identical, except he would change the last few lines to match the situation. Just how thick did a person's face have to be to say such a thing over and over again? Xuanhuan's shamelessness gave them goosebumps. Chen had an urge to give this fellow a vicious beating. If he had to show off when there was a good chance to show off, then fine. However, right now, the only ones here were the Dragonblood Legion, excluding one outsider and a few magical beasts. Just who was he showing off to? It wasn't a time to be showing off, but he still forced it. It was completely unbearable. The woman seemed to have sensed Chen and the others' arrival a while ago, and she wasn't surprised by Xuanhuan coming. She continued to nimbly dodge the scorpion lion's attacks. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and attack. We're all busy, shouted Chen. If he hadn't tossed out Xuanhuan, he'd have charged out already. This fellow was clearly waiting for a critical moment to interfere. Xuanhuan helplessly pointed out his finger, and rays of golden light shot out. The heads of the scorpion lions were all pieced straight through the middle, and they exploded. Miss, don't be afraid, I'm a good person. I'm here to save you and I won't ask anything of you. All you have to do is give your heart to me. After killing those scorpion lions, Xuanhuan advanced closer to the woman. She suddenly raised her bow and pointed an arrow at Xuanhuan, making him raise his hands innocently. The woman didn't react to Xuanhuan's words. Her hands were shaking from how tired she was. Just pulling back the bowstring was taxing to her. Miss, put down your bow. I don't want to be killed when your hand slips. Ah, fine, you don't need to give your heart to me. Xuanhuan shook his head. For some reason, that arrow gave him a sense of unease. It seemed that some energy within that arrow intimidated him. The woman still didn't reply. She glared at Xuanhuan, but her arms trembled even more. However, when a certain person walked over, she was shocked and delighted. She put down her bow. What shocked everyone was that this woman immediately flew over to Chen and threw herself into his embrace. Hey, what's with this? I'm the one who saved you. You should be throwing yourself to my embrace, cried Xuanhuan. Chen also found it strange, but he didn't sense any hostility from this woman, so he didn't refuse her. The woman really did just hug him like that. The leaf image on her forehead spun, and she took a step back. Friend, have you come to help our forest of life? The woman suddenly began to speak. I don't know what the forest of life is. I came to the spirit world to repay a debt. Chen shook his head. You have the aura of the forest of life on you. You have an agreement with the forest of life, so you are our friend. Agreement. Chen suddenly thought of the final words that the spirit world expert had said. She came from your forest of life. Chen created an image in the air with his spiritual strength. It was an image of the forest divinity that small, nameless village in the eastern wasteland had offered sacrifices to. "Yes, friend, my comrades are in danger. Can you help us?" asked the woman. "Talking is too difficult. Transmit what you want to communicate with me through spiritual strength." Long Chen pressed a hand against the woman's forehead. The woman was clearly panicked inside, but her words didn't seem to match her expression. She probably wasn't able to speak this way easily. "Meng Qi summoned Cloud, we have to go." Cloud appeared in the air. Meng Qi, Tang Wan'er, Long Chen, and the woman jumped on. Cloud let out a bird cry and transformed into a rainbow streak of light that vanished from the rest of the Dragonblood Legion's sight. "We're following." Xuanhuan used the flying boat to fly off in the same direction. Due to the urgent situation, Long Chen had left first. Cloud had been in seclusion in the myriad spirit diagram this entire time. Its cultivation base was still at the peak of the 9th rank, but it was displaying more and more power of the cloud chasing heaven swallowing sparrow. Its aura had grown far stronger, and its speed was absolutely shocking. It flew so fast that there was no way to see their surroundings as they passed. Through the woman's soul, Long Chen confirmed that she was definitely from the same side as the forest divinity. She was from the spirit race. The spirit race was the indigenous race of the spirit world, and the forest of life was what they depended on to survive. Long Chen could have learned much more from this woman's soul, but he didn't, because that was an invasion of her privacy. He only received what she expressed to him. All he really needed to know was that he wasn't helping the wrong person. These ladies from the spirit world really are stubborn. They're still resisting. A corrupt expert pulled out an arrow sticking out of his shoulder, grimacing from the pain. There were hundreds of corrupt experts on this battlefield. They were surrounding a large tree, and there were over 10 spirit race women fighting against them, shooting out arrows continuously. The corrupt experts were unable to approach the women, because divine runes came falling from the huge tree, forming a natural formation that protected them. Under the protection of the tree, they were able to hold on. But at this time, the runes on the tree's leaves were starting to dim. The corrupt experts' attacks were constantly draining its energy. They were powerful experts within the Jade core realm, and the tree couldn't last much longer. Fortunately, the arrows from the spirit race's women were also terrifying. They possessed some energy these disciples had never encountered before. If they were shot in their heads, their souls would instantly dissipate. Even the yuan spirit of a soul transformation expert might be erased. That was why these Jade core corrupt disciples had been in a deadlock with them for the better part of a day. Dozens of them had already been killed, infuriating them. They had to constantly dodge the rain of arrows as they attacked the tree. As long as the tree ran out of energy, these women would be easily caught. The runes on the tree's leaves were dimming, and the barrier protecting it was weakening. Each of their attacks was causing it to shudder as if it might break apart at any moment. Boom! The tree finally couldn't last any longer. The barrier exploded and the tree vanished, transforming into a withered seed. At the same time, one of the women coughed up a mouthful of blood. She turned pale and fainted, and the others hastily went to support her. "Ha ha ha, beauties of the spirit race, you're ours." The corrupt experts laughed greedily and sinisterly charged forward. They didn't know that a huge mouth had suddenly appeared in the sky above them. It devoured them all in one gulp. Chapter 1402, Old Acquaintance. Translator, born to be. All the corrupt experts were devoured by Cloud. In front of a cloud chasing heaven's swallowing sparrow, they didn't have the slightest opportunity to resist. Cloud had been cultivating in the myriad spirit diagram this entire time, and it had learned the divine abilities of the cloud chasing heaven swallowing sparrow race. Amongst them, the most terrifying was their devouring ability. Of course, that was why they were given the name heaven swallowing. At the same time as Cloud devoured those corrupt experts, it swung its wings, and the spirit race women felt their bodies lighten. They appeared on its back. They were shocked and about to resist when the spirit race woman beside Long Chen seemed to communicate with them spiritually. They didn't need to speak to know what the others were saying. Those women immediately thanked Long Chen, but their clothes were far too simple, making things awkward. He tried his best not to look, but their bodies were all beautiful. Even Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er couldn't help but glance, let alone a man like Long Chen. The curious thing was that all the spirit race's experts were women. He saved 3 waves of them on his way, and they were women. It made him speechless that they all looked identical. It was almost impossible to tell them apart. Boom! Suddenly an explosion shook the land, and a pillar of light soared into the air. They saw a blood-colored skeleton floating in the air, wielding a huge bone club. Facing the skeleton was a woman of the spirit race. An image of an ancient tree hung behind her, one that was even larger than a mountain. Chains shot out of the tree, attacking the skeleton. The spirit race woman fought against the skeleton, while countless experts of the corrupt path and spirit race were clashing in the distance. Their battle was extremely miserable, and both sides had taken losses. Corpses covered the land, but the corrupt path was currently winning. Their power was extremely great. They had over 10 life star experts and hundreds of soul transformation experts. Moreover, their Jade core experts numbered in the tens of thousands. As for the spirit race's side, they were down to less than 10,000 members, and whether it was in terms of numbers or power, they were at a disadvantage. The worst thing was that their leader, the one who was fighting the skeleton, was already starting to lose. The chains she summoned were being blown apart one by one. "Long Chen, please save our spirit guard," begged one of the spirit race women by Long Chen's side. "Don't worry, with Long Chen present, your spirit guard will be fine," said Meng Qi. Both she and Tang Wan'er had recognized the master of that skeleton. "I'll go greet him, I'll leave the rest to you too," Long Chen shot off. Meng Qi, Tang Wan'er, and Cloud charged into the fray. "Sisters, tell your people to retreat. We're not that fierce, but when a certain fellow fights, he always causes a mess." Tang Wan'er smiled to the spirit race women. She knew that once Long Chen fought, he would definitely shake heaven and earth. On the battlefield, the corrupt experts seemed to be crazily attacking the spirit race women, but although it looked fierce, they were holding back. Their goal wasn't to kill the spirit race women, but to capture them alive. Just as the corrupt experts thought that they would be able to capture most of their prey, the latter suddenly retreated. At the same time, the sky darkened. "What's going on?" The corrupt experts were startled. Looking up, they saw a single wing covering the sky and smashing toward them. "Watch it, it's a cloud chasing heaven swallowing sparrow," shouted a corrupt life star expert. He immediately launched an attack with his weapon. The other life star experts also attacked. They were people with great experience, and they knew how terrifying the cloud chasing heaven swallowing sparrow was. Boom! Rainbow light exploded. 7 life star experts had attacked all out but were still knocked back, almost coughing up blood. The shockwaves of this exchange caused the other corrupt experts to fly back, and quite a few of the weaker ones were killed. The soul bound by its dream. Frigid wind moon. 2 voices rang out at almost the same time. The corrupt experts suddenly entered a dazed state, feeling like mortals who hadn't slept in a week. They truly wanted to sleep, but once they slept, they wouldn't need to wake ever again. "Watch out, it's a bewildering soul art." A sharp cry rang out, startled the corrupt experts who had been about to fall unconscious. That sharp cry came from a life star expert who specialized in the soul. He wasn't affected by Meng Qi. An icy crescent wind blade slashed out at the 7 life star experts that had just been sent flying by Cloud's attack. The 7 of them were startled, but blood chi suddenly erupted out of them, and blood runes condensed into a huge shield. Boom! The crescent wind blade collided with the blood shield. The wind blade exploded, and the shield formed from all 7 of them also collapsed, causing them to hack up blood. Due to how hasty their movements were, their internal organs were injured. The corrupt experts were in disarray, not having expected the spirit race to suddenly gain such powerful reinforcements. But when they saw who had come, their pupils shrank. The Xuanhuan Dao sect. They had yet to recover from their shock when Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er both formed a hand seal. 9 flowers appeared behind each of them, and heavenly Dao energy revolved around. With the manifestation supporting them, they appeared more beautiful than ever. What? The corrupt experts were even more shocked. No matter what, they would never have expected Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er to become terrifying rank 9 celestials. The instant the 2 of them summoned their manifestations, the corrupt experts felt their heavenly Dao energy sucked away. The amount of heavenly Dao energy they could use sharply dropped. "Don't be afraid, they're just 2 people. Furthermore, they're just in the Jade core realm, Boom! At this moment, a huge explosion shook the world, cutting off that person's shouting. A blood-red skeleton fell from the sky. It had been smashed down by a single person's fist. That person was as small as an ant when compared to the huge skeleton, but this ant completely blew the skeleton away. The expert who had been called the Spirit Guard had thought that the situation was hopeless, but just as the final blow was about to be delivered, Long Chen had arrived. That woman had received spiritual messages from the other members of the spirit race, and she looked in shock at the godlike figure that was standing in the air. Guiyan, your pork chop ability has grown ever stronger. Last time I destroyed your skeleton. Could it be that you dug out your family's ancestor to take its place? Taunted Long Chen. There was a person at the top of the skeleton, and he was staring in shock at Long Chen. That person was precisely the one who had fought against Long Chen on Devil's Spirit Mountain, the corrupt path's Guiyan. The two of them met once again, both feeling immense hatred for the other. Last time, Long Chen had almost died to Guiyan's curse and had only survived thanks to the Nirvana scripture. As for Guiyan, he hated Long Chen as well. His defeat in their last battle had cost him all his face, as well as the ghost general that he had been raising since childhood. When he had heard that Long Chen was still alive, and had even shown immense power in front of everyone by defeating Luo Minghao, Guiyan had almost lost his mind. He had learned that in the midst of his cultivation, and it almost made his chi go out of control. Ha ha ha, good, the heavens really have eyes. Now I get another chance to defeat you. Guiyan suddenly laughed. That laughter was full of rancor. As he laughed, his face split open as a terrifying injury was triggered. The blood pouring from his face made him especially frightening to look at when combined with his scarlet eyes. No wonder Lang Yuan cut your face. Your smile really is ugly. You should never smile again in the future, said Long Chen. Long Chen, I don't know if you're stupid or just conceited to dare to come to the spirit world. It seems that your sect leader didn't know that I would be here, laughed Guiyan. Oh, is there any difference now that you're here? A difference? No, I suppose there isn't too much of a difference. In any case, you would die sooner or later. There's not much difference whether you die in the spirit world or the martial heaven continent. If you have something to say, just say it. If you have to fart, either keep it in or let it out completely, taunted Long Chen. You want to get information out of me. Keep dreaming. However, Long Chen, I admit I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to ask the Wine God Palace's high priest to remove my curse. I suppose you must have kneeled and kowtowed to him countless times, sneered Guiyan. He completely ignored the others fighting. In truth, Guiyan was full of envy and resentment. If Long Chen had died to his curse, then at very least he could say that Long Chen had died to his hands, and his humiliation at having been defeated would be wiped away. His defeat in Long Chen's hands had turned him into a laughingstock of the corrupt path. People constantly discussed his defeat when he wasn't around. Now that he saw Long Chen again, he instinctively mocked and ridiculed him. It was like that was the only way to make himself feel a bit better. Do you not feel slapping yourself in the face is painful? Last time you bragged so hard, but weren't you still defeated? If a Life Star expert hadn't saved you at that time, you would have never managed to escape. Well, you might have gotten away last time, but this time I'll be taking your life. Long Chen's divine ring appeared, and 5 stars glowed in his eyes. Chapter 1403, Defeating Guiyan. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen's aura began to rise. His robes and hair started to float. Seeing that he was unable to dredge up any valuable information from Guiyan, he decided not to waste any more time. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, I'll admit that you defeated me last time, but this time death is upon you. Guiyan's expression was indifferent. The blood-colored skeleton beneath him raised its bone club. Last time I lost because of your dogshit luck. Your flames just happened to suppress my ghost general, or you'd have died last time. Are you not curious? My ghost general was destroyed in our last battle, so how do I have it again now? Guiyan smiled. Long Chen simply stared at Guiyan without speaking. He had no intention of playing along. What he was saying was to either hurry up and release his fart, or just restrain it already. The battle would start either way. Long Chen, by defeating my ghost general, you have crippled my cultivation base. But I managed to benefit from that defeat. Speaking of which, I need to thank you. Due to your victory, the corrupt path suffered such immense losses that countless sects were implicated. To compensate me for my losses, Lord Zai Luo gave the resources that should have gone to them to me, allowing me to recreate my ghost general. Your victory last time was only thanks to some people being careless. Those people were all executed, and I obtained the souls of millions of experts. My ghost general is no longer a ghost general, now it's a ghost king. Have a taste of its power. Boom! The blood-colored skeleton's runes lit up. In truth, each of those runes was a person's face, and an incredibly evil aura came from it. It was like millions of ghosts were demanding others to join them. Blood mist filled heaven and earth, making it appear like hell on earth. The wails of ghosts pervaded the air. The ghost general was weak to your earth flame, but now I have an unrivaled ghost king. It's an unrivaled existence in the same realm, Xuanhuan roared, and the skeleton roared along with him. It looked like a devil from hell. As the blood mist spread, the spirit race experts had to retreat. They were filled with loathing for this blood mist, and they didn't dare to touch it. At this time, Xuanhuan arrived with the flying boat. The Dragonblood Legion joined the battle, and there was no longer any need for the spirit race experts to fight. Are you done bragging? If you are, I'm going to attack. Long Chen slowly stretched his shoulders, his bones cracked. He wasn't even listening. He had heard similar words so many times that they all started to blend into each other. The only reason he was circulating his energy so slowly as a warm-up was because it had been 3 months since he had fought, and it felt like he was a bit rusty. During these 3 months, he had been eating medicinal pills all day. The Divine Gate star had grown to the size of a soybean. His Feng Fu, Alioth, Life Fate, and Enlightenment Palace stars had also gone through a transformation. Even he wasn't sure what level he had reached right now. His 4 Chi Cs had grown by several times, and his 108,000 stars had been subtly changing as well. He was full of energy. I really hate your ignorant way of speaking. Last time you survived thanks to your dogshit luck, but this time. I've gotten tired of your unchanging way of bragging. Can't you change it up a bit to keep it interesting? Let's just see who's stronger. Long Chen let out a single punch, shaking heaven and earth. He shot toward Xuanhuan. You're not fit to be my opponent. Die, Xuanhuan sneered. The giant skeleton's club came smashing toward Long Chen. The spirit race experts were all worried. Long Chen looked completely minuscule when compared to the skeleton. The Dragonblood warriors who were cleaning up the battlefield all looked at him with anticipation. They all felt like it had been a long time since they had seen Long Chen fight. Boom! Space exploded and the earth rocked. A howling tempest tore through the ground. This was a world-shaking collision. After this fierce exchange, the spirit race women stared in shock at the sky. Long Chen was still in his punching posture. As for the skeleton, it had been blown back 100 miles, its bone club shattered. The skeleton simply lay there as if it was dumbfounded. Impossible, Xuanhuan roared furiously, unable to believe this. You like slapping yourself in the face so much. All right, I'll help you. Long Chen flew into the sky and then dove down like an eagle after its prey. A cauldron appeared in his hand, smashing toward the skeleton. Ghost King Fusion. Xuanhuan had no time to be shocked. He hastily formed hand seals, and he merged into the skeleton's skull like water. An image of Xuanhuan appeared on the skull. After Xuanhuan merged with the Ghost King, 9 blood-colored flowers appeared behind it. He was using the Ghost King's body to summon his manifestation. Once the manifestation appeared, the skeleton's shattered club regrew. It now had countless heavenly Tao runes on it and was much stronger than before. Boom! The club collided with the blazing dragon cauldron. Terrifying shockwaves spread, tearing apart the land. The Dragonblood warriors hastily defended, and Li Qi summoned a huge earthen shield to protect the spirit race experts. Once the shockwaves had passed, only a few experts from the corrupt path were left. Some of them with stronger cultivation bases had managed to escape through luck. The rest had all been slaughtered by the Dragonblood Legion. After all, the Dragonblood Legion had no weak members. Their cultivation bases had reached the mid-Jade core realm, and they had over 3,000 rank 8 Celestials. The rest were rank 7 Celestials. Such a terrifying legion, when combined with the lead of 5 rank 9 Celestials in Meng Qi, Tang Wan'er, Gu Yang, Li Qi, and Song Minjuan, was more than capable of annihilating those corrupt experts. So what if they had some Life Star experts? They were not even close to being able to stop the Dragonblood Legion. Since their battle was done, the Dragonblood Legion spread out, forming a huge encirclement that sealed the battlefield. They stared at Long Chen's fight with rapt attention. Long Chen was repeatedly smashing the cauldron into the blood-colored skeleton. The Ghost King was definitely powerful, and each time its club collided with the blazing dragon cauldron, the ground would shake violently. This was a pure collision of power with no technique. After 3 smashes, Long Chen was still unable to cause any damage to Xuanhuan or the Ghost King. Long Chen felt helpless inside. The blazing dragon cauldron might be an ancestral item, but it wasn't a fighting item. It also wasn't heavy enough for him to unleash his true power. It seemed he would need to find a suitable weapon in the future. Split the heavens 5. Long Chen suddenly switched the cauldron for a fiery red sword. Swordlight soared into the air and then slashed toward the Ghost King. Xuanhuan was horrified. In that instant he felt a cold chill. The skeleton suddenly shrank and coiled around itself, forming a huge sphere. Blood-colored light formed around it, constructing multiple barriers. This was its strongest defensive state. Boom! The sword light slashed down. A huge explosion caused a bottomless pit to appear in the ground, and the sphere shattered into countless pieces. In front of the fifth form of Split the Heavens, this defense was too flimsy. Perhaps if Gui Yan had launched an all-out attack instead, he might have been able to receive this blow. However, Long Chen's overwhelming power had made him lose confidence, so he had made a foolish mistake. Split the Heavens possessed a natural effect of breaking barriers and shields. By switching to defense, Gui Yan had suffered immensely. His skeleton shattered, and Gui Yan flew out from one of the fragments, vomiting blood. But Gui Yan was a true expert. As he vomited blood, he quickly formed hand seals. His blood condensed into a huge portal that possessed powerful spatial fluctuations. He was using his own essence blood to build a spatial portal. It was one of his secret life-preserving techniques. Bang! His spatial portal had only just formed when a huge wind blade slashed into it, breaking it apart. It was Xuanhuan. They all knew that killing a rank 9 celestial was very difficult. They not only had great power but also countless hidden trump cards and karmic luck supporting them. The heavens would create ways for them to escape, which made killing a rank 9 celestial as difficult as defying the heavens. So Xuanhuan and the others were all prepared to stop Gui Yan from escaping. Xuanhuan was also a rank 9 celestial, so their heavenly Tao energy was equivalent. She was more than capable of breaking his secret art. Gui Yan hastily took out a talisman, but just as he crushed it, his expression changed. This precious teleportation talisman was shredded, but no spatial energy came to bring him away. That was because at this moment, he was surrounded by countless wind blades that even cut through the space around him. The disturbance of the spatial energy around him turned his teleportation talisman into scrap paper. Teleportation talismans were not transportation formations. They needed stable space to activate, or if the space around them was fluctuating, the teleportation talisman wouldn't have the energy to resist the disturbance. After failing twice, the delay allowed Long Chen's sword to come again. This sword was about to take his life. "Long Chen, you'll regret it if you kill me," shouted Gui Yan, suddenly taking out a fist-sized emerald. Chapter 1404 Forest of Life. Translator Born to Be. That was a life storage stone, and it was capable of storing living creatures temporarily. Many life rings were created using low-level life storage stone, making it so they could only store plants. However, high-level life storage stones could accept living creatures. It was an extremely miraculous stone. The space inside it had no natural laws and no spiritual qi. It could barely give enough life energy for its inhabitants to not immediately die. Long Chen's sword stopped right before slashing through Gui Yan's head. But because it happened too suddenly, his sword swiped across Gui Yan's forehead, drawing blood. Long Chen had no choice but to stop. Small faces floated up one by one on the life storage stone. He could see hundreds of the spirit race women lying in that static space, completely unmoving. "Long Chen, I know you won't kill me." Gui Yan clenched the stone. As long as he crushed it, those spirit race women would be killed. Long Chen didn't say anything and just stared at Gui Yan coldly. He hadn't expected him to have such a trump card. No matter what abilities Long Chen had, he wouldn't be able to kill Gui Yan now. Was this the karmic luck of a rank 9 celestial? "Long Chen, the warriors of the spirit race aren't afraid of death. As long as you kill him, they'll be happy even in death. Otherwise, with this person's power, he'll kill even more of our sisters in the future." The one called the Spirit Guard brought the others back. Looking at the life storage rock, she felt a bit unwilling, but she still urged Long Chen to kill Gui Yan. That made Gui Yan's expression change. Right now, he could only use these hostages to extort Long Chen. This was his final trump card. Without it, he would definitely die. "Long Chen, I trust you won't do that. You'll let me go." Gui Yan stared at Long Chen confidently. "You know me so well." Long Chen stabbed his sword into the ground, leaning on it. His expression was calm. "Give up on scheming. Even if you could defeat me, you can't kill me instantly. It's impossible for you to prevent me from crushing this life storage rock." Gui Yan seemed to see through Long Chen's thoughts. Long Chen was truly unable to do this. He had dozens of ways to kill Gui Yan, but he couldn't stop him from crushing the life storage stone right before his death. Even if Meng Qi, Xuanhuan, Gu Yang, and the others helped, it was impossible. This trump card of Gui Yan's just happened to be Long Chen's weak point. "You win." Leave the life storage ring and I'll let you go, sighed Long Chen. Long Chen, it's not worth it, the spirit guard was startled. No, killing him isn't worth it. In my eyes, he's just a dog. I can take his life whenever I want. Getting the lives of hundreds of sisters for the life of a dog is an excellent trade, said Long Chen. Gui Yan's expression sank, but he didn't say anything. Although he was mocked by Long Chen, he knew he had managed to save his life. I want to bring the life storage stone with me. You can send someone, probed Gui Yan cautiously. Don't play this game with me. Although you have a trump card, it isn't as powerful as you think. You can threaten me, but you can't threaten the people of the spirit race. If you try taking a single inch, I won't be so lenient, said Long Chen coldly. All right, I swear. You aren't qualified to swear an oath with me. Gui Yan, it seems you still don't understand your situation. You have no qualifications to bargain or make conditions right now. The people you've captured aren't people from the Dragonblood Legion. Do you understand? Gui Yan's expression changed several times. He shouted, then how do I know you won't go back on your word as soon as I hand over the life storage stone? My boss just feels sorry for these sisters. Your life isn't even worth a fart to him. Furthermore, who do you think my boss is? Within all the Central Plains, he's well known for being a real man. When does he ever go back on his word? As for your own garbage reputation, how much crap do you think that's worth? Shouted Xuanhuan. Gui Yan thought about it, and he agreed that it was true. Although Long Chen was famed for being domineering and vicious, he never went back on his word. There were many things people cursed him for, but that wasn't one of them. Spirit race, if I hand over this life storage stone, will you attack me? Gui Yan still wasn't at ease, and he shouted to the spirit race experts. His ghost king was destroyed, and his combat power had dropped precipitously. Let alone Long Chen, even the spirit guard could kill him. Long Chen is the friend of the spirit race. His attitude is our attitude as well, said the spirit guard. Although they all wanted Gui Yan dead, they also hoped for their sisters to return alive. This contradiction made it so, although they were unwilling to see Long Chen release Gui Yan, they were grateful to him as well for the lives of their sisters. Fine, I'll trust you this time. Gui Yan clenched his teeth. He knew he had no other choices and tossed the life storage stone to Long Chen. Long Chen received it and tossed it to the spirit guard. The spirit guard activated it, and light flashed. Hundreds of spirit race women appeared on the battlefield. The other spirit race women went up and pressed their hands on their foreheads. Life energy poured into them, awakening them. Can I leave now? Gui Yan was still a bit worried. His life was in Long Chen's hands. Scram! Long Chen had originally wanted to ask him some more things, but asking the spirit race experts would probably be better. Gui Yan took out another teleportation talisman. Crushing it, spatial energy wrapped around him. But just as he was about to be teleported away, an arrow shot through the teleportation talisman. Bastard, are you going back on your words? Roared Gui Yan. Sorry, truly sorry. My bow went out of my control. Please go ahead and take out another talisman, apologized Xuanhuan. But it was obvious to everyone he had done it on purpose. Do you think teleportation talismans are cabbages? I only had 2, roared Gui Yan. Is that so? Then, do you want me to send you off? Xuanhuan raised a dark red crossbow, his expression sincere. This new crossbow was a new invention, and the pressure it emitted gave others a chill. Long Chen, what do you think you're doing? Demanded Gui Yan. Hurry up and scram. Long Chen frowned impatiently. Gui Yan looked from Long Chen to Xuanhuan to his knocked crossbow. Clenching his teeth, he transformed into a ray of light that shot into the distance. Xuanhuan followed him with the point of his crossbow, ready to attack at any time. But Long Chen didn't give the order. Boss, he really is going to get away, said Xuanhuan unwillingly. Let him go, I let him go on purpose. Long Chen was nonchalant. On purpose? Everyone was flabbergasted. No matter how they looked at it, it didn't look like he had done this on purpose. Mengqi, this is Gui Yan's purest essence blood from his forehead. With your power, you should be able to use it to track his approximate position, right? Long Chen handed a drop of essence blood to Mengqi. Seeing that, Gu Yang and the others came to a sudden comprehension. It seemed that Long Chen had intentionally pierced Gui Yan's forehead at that time. He had used his sword to extract a drop of Gui Yan's purest essence blood. As for Gui Yan, in that life and death juncture, he hadn't noticed Long Chen doing this. The essence blood from the space between a person's eyebrows was their purest. That was where their soul was condensed. It was a place where a person's chi, soul, and essence met. Yes, this should be no problem. Meng-Chi smiled. She was a rank 9 celestial, and her soul energy was fused with her heavenly Tao energy. Tracking a person's general position was truly simple for her. Boss, let me prostrate myself toward you. Yu Ran worshipfully looked at Long Chen. Long Chen wasn't just powerful, his ability to adapt to sudden changes was also monstrous. Gui Yan had forced him into a passive position, but because of this drop of essence blood, the initiative was once more in Long Chen's hands. Best of all, Gui Yan had no idea that this essence blood was in Long Chen's hands. His position was in Long Chen's control now. Respected friends, thank you for your help. The spirit race will always remember your kindness. At this time, the spirit guard bowed toward Long Chen in a very strange and ancient manner. The other spirit race women followed along, expressing their gratitude to Long Chen. You're too courteous. I want to ask, can you bring me to see that senior from your forest of life? I came here in order to thank her, said Long Chen. Of course we can. The spirit guard answered directly, and so they all boarded the flying boat. The Dragonblood Legion became lively because these beautiful women of the spirit race were wearing very popular clothes. Long Chen had to cough very loudly a few times for them to settle down. Long Chen found that these spirit race women didn't show the slightest shyness in the face of the Dragonblood warriors' fiery gazes. Their expressions were very natural. In fact, they seemed pure and naive, like newborns. Through a simple conversation, Long Chen learned that this battlefield had just been an outpost. The true battle had yet to start, but the situation was already very tense for them. Long Chen learned that the heaven-devouring forest was called the Dark Forest in the spirit world. They were the enemies of the forest of life. The two sides were like water and fire, and they had been fighting for countless years. As they flew, they saw more and more spirit race experts patrolling this area. It seemed they had entered the territory of the spirit race now. When the flying boat first passed those spirit race experts, they were startled and about to activate the alarm before they saw the spirit guard waving to them. The battlefield here was huge. Even with the flying boat, it took them some time before they saw a verdant, thriving forest. When he saw that forest, Long Chen smiled. That was a familiar aura. Chapter 1405, The Beautiful Spirit World. Translator Born to Be. Endless life energy invigorated everyone's minds. It was completely different from the dark forest. This place was full of tranquil air that freed people of their worries. Just entering this forest would make a person feel like their heart was being cleansed. When Long Chen and the others came off the flying boat, they couldn't help closing their eyes and sensing that sacred and pure energy in the air. It made them feel so close to the forest. Long Chen had felt this aura before. This was the aura the forest divinity had possessed, but now it was much denser. Towering trees still covered the sky, but sunlight managed to sprinkle on the ground. From a distance, it looked like streaking rainbows were roaming within the forest. It was a world of fantasy. How beautiful! Meng-Chi was enchanted by this dreamlike forest. Friends, please come. They had only just begun appreciating this beautiful world when a translucent figure walked out of the forest. Forest divinity, it's good to see you again. Thank you for your favor from back then. That was the only reason I could reach my current level. Long Chen immediately recognized her familiar voice and aura. The translucent figure walked out of the forest. Ripples condensed into a graceful woman wearing a green dress and an emerald hat. I am Ling Yao. I know the human race's cultivators don't like to bother with too much etiquette, so you can call me Sister Ling Yao. A single smile from her made everyone feel like they were being cleansed by spring wind. They all felt a good feeling for her that came from the bottom of their hearts. I should be the one to thank you. If it hadn't been for you, it would have been impossible for me to return to the spirit world so quickly. Come, let me welcome you to the forest of life. Ling Yao stretched out her hand. Divine light fell and condensed a rainbow bridge that stretched into the depths of the forest. This rainbow was composed of countless rainbow-colored leaves. As they walked along with it through the giant forest, immortal chi swirled around them, making them feel like they had entered an immortal world. Lights began to twinkle from the huge trees. They were coming from butterflies that flew through the forest. Their wings gave off a fairy light that adorned the forest, making it feel dreamlike. Meng-Chi and Tang-Waner were both intoxicated with this beauty. They gently reached out their hands and butterflies flew over to them, landing on their hands and arms. Their fairy light illuminated their faces. Not even a master painter would be able to capture that scene. When Long Chen saw them like that, he was simply stunned. More and more butterflies came over, circling around everyone. Some brazen ones landed on their bodies. Even the dragon-blood warriors involuntarily came to a stop, afraid that if they moved, they would scare them away. These butterflies were incredibly beautiful, but they looked extremely weak. The dragon-blood warriors didn't dare to touch them in fear of harming them. Seeing more and more of the butterflies coming, Ling Yao sighed emotionally. Dream butterflies, go play somewhere else. Our guests need to keep going. The butterflies were like naughty children that were shooed off by an adult, and they scattered. In that instant, they filled the air, illuminating everything for a moment. The light then slowly faded deeper into the forest. Sister Ling Yao, the spirit world is so beautiful. Can we come here more often? Asked Xuanhuan, completely infatuated with this world. Of course you can. As long as our forest of life is still present, you can come whenever you want. Ling Yao smiled, but Long Chen saw an unnatural expression flitted across her eyes. Sister Ling Yao, I came here to repay my debt to you. If it hadn't been for your divine life elixir, I would probably have died a long time ago. So no matter what troubles the forest of life has, I will do my best to help, even if I have to sacrifice my life, promised Long Chen. He could see that the forest of life was most likely in an extremely bad situation. Sister Ling Yao, since you saved our boss, the entire Dragonblood Legion will help repay you. Without boss, we wouldn't have our current achievements, so we will stand together with you no matter what, added Xuanhuan heroically. They all knew that Long Chen was someone who cared deeply about returning debts. The favor of a drop of water in need had to be repaid with a gushing spring. As for Long Chen's debt to her, it was truly enormous. Ling Yao gratefully bowed. Thank you for your kind intentions. Please just follow me. The Spirit Emperor has been waiting for a long time. Ling Yao continued to lead the way. More and more lifeforms appeared in the forest, curiously staring at them. Long Chen and the others saw huge tigers lying on the ground, resting. They also saw huge pythons extending their heads to stare at them. 11th rank magical beasts. Those magical beasts didn't give off any malice, but their auras were extremely shocking. They were magical beasts on the life star level. Although 11th rank magical beasts were on the same level as human life star experts, there was a great gap in combat power. An 11th rank magical beast could instantly kill ordinary life star experts. However, these magical beasts didn't give off any hostility as they passed. More and more of them appeared as they entered deeper into the forest, but they were all very tranquil. It was like they were domesticated. They are the protector spirit beasts of the forest of life. They're our friends. They'll only attack when facing the brutal dark forest, explained Ling Yao. Eventually, a large open space appeared in front of them. Many floating islands hung in the air. The flying islands were all of different sizes. The larger ones would be hundreds of miles wide, while the smaller ones were just a few meters. Those islands were overflowing with greenery. They were like green clouds floating in the sky. Spring water flowed down from them. Under the sunlight, it was especially dazzling. They were like silver rivers flowing down from the heavens. Such beauty was something Long Chen and the others had never imagined even in their dreams. They were all intoxicated by the sight. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to rise. Only then did they realize that the rainbow bridge beneath them had disappeared, replaced with a rainbow-colored parrot that was carrying them to the floating islands. They flew past thousands of floating islands. From this height, their admiration of the spirit world's supernatural beauty increased even more. Originally, the spirit world had 8 places with similar floating islands. Unfortunately, this place is the only one left. Seeing that Long Chen and the others were stunned by the beauty here, Ling Yao was first proud, but then she lamented. The dark forest would destroy such beauty, raged Xuanhuan. After entering the forest of life, they sensed a feeling of unprecedented tranquility. It made them feel even more disgust for the outside world's slaughter. When this place was compared to the dark forest, one was a wonderland, while one was hell on earth. All of them felt regret that those other floating islands had been ruined. Long Chen, let's eliminate the dark forest. Xuanhuan was also enraged. How are we supposed to eliminate them? With your mouth, demanded Long Chen. Did Xuanhuan think he could brag about such a thing? Just how vast was the dark forest? They had countless tree demons. The portion they had traveled through was probably less than 1/millionth of the total dark forest. The only reason the dark forest had allowed them to pass was because the trees had mistaken them to be on their side. That was why they had managed to go straight to the battlefield. But if this hadn't happened, they would have had to face terrifying tree demons and berserk magical beasts. Long Chen couldn't help but feel that his power was too minuscule. The Forest of Life was also extremely powerful. Just those magical beasts they had seen on the way represented a terrifying force. Furthermore, those magical beasts should just be a portion of what the Forest of Life had. The Forest of Life was shockingly powerful, so Xuanhuan's bragging was out of place. Boss, of course I'm just bragging, but I'm sure an unrivaled hero like you can do it. Xuanhuan laughed mischievously, pulling Long Chen up so his fall would be worse. Long Chen, the dark forest is too evil. I know you have some evil plots, I mean some wise stratagems to help the Forest of Life. Tang Wan'er held Long Chen's hand, standing on the same front as Xuanhuan. Then she looked around and whispered, "Once you drive away the dark forest, think about how nice it would be if we came to live here." "You want to live here?" Long Chen was first startled, but then when he thought about it, once all his problems were resolved, to bring a bunch of beauties and come live in seclusion in the spirit world sounded perfect. They could do some good things and have a whole group of babies. If he could have such a life, he wouldn't exchange it even for the chance to become a god. 2 hours later, they flew past the region of floating islands, but what greeted them was a desert. The terrain changed so suddenly that it caught them off guard. There was only a single tree within the desert. At this time it was night, and they could see the tree piercing into the sky. They had never seen such a giant tree. Its branches were huge and covered the sky. The stars that twinkled above them looked like the tree's fruit. However, Long Chen saw that the tips of the branches were starting to wither. The tree was giant, but it also gave off a feeling that its vitality was about to run out. When Long Chen and the others arrived, a gentle rain floated down. However, that wasn't rain but women of the spirit race. They were flying down from the giant tree. A sea of beautiful women surged over to their side, and Xuanhuan lost his voice. It was his first time seeing so many beautiful women. "Respected guests, welcome to the spirit world." Just at this moment, a voice rang out, and all the spirit race women knelt on the ground. Chapter 1406, A Fetus-like State. Translator, born to be. Ripples spread from the branches of the giant tree. A rain of light fell, and a slender figure appeared within it. She was a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s. She was slender, and her hair was tied in a high knot. Each part of her was beautiful. She held a wooden staff in her right hand. Immortal mist revolved around the staff, and an emerald gemstone was inlaid in its head. Powerful life energy fluctuations came from it, as though it was alive. When she appeared, all the spirit race women knelt on the ground, and their hands clasped over their chests. Their expressions were pious, as if they were offering their respects to a god. "Greetings, senior." Long Chen didn't know what he was supposed to call her, so he simply acted in accordance with the human race's customs. When Ling Yao returned, she mentioned you. "For you to come to my spirit world with kindness in your hearts, you are my respected guest." The beautiful woman smiled. "Long Chen, this is the leader of the spirit world, the spirit emperor," said Ling Yao. Long Chen was a bit speechless. Why hadn't she introduced them earlier? He was just about to open his mouth and switch senior with spirit emperor. Yet the spirit emperor waved it off. Spirit world's customs are completely different from the human race's. You don't need to be constrained in it. As the respected guests of my spirit race, I'd like to invite you to dance together with the women of my spirit race. Music suddenly began to fill the air. Long Chen and the others raised their heads to see that it was coming from birds that had filled the air. The spirit race women began to dance. Each of their movements was graceful and elegant. Long Chen and the others were a bit embarrassed because these women only had leaves covering their private areas. A great deal of their skin was exposed, making this scene too stimulating. However, the women then began to laughingly pull the Dragon Blood warriors into their dance. Those Dragon Blood warriors became even more embarrassed. When it came to hacking people with their blades, they had some skill, but having coarse men like them dance made them feel like they might die of embarrassment. Furthermore, with the spirit race women holding their hands, their faces turned completely red. However, they quickly found that these women were as pure as children. They had no other intentions, which made them feel ashamed of their thoughts. The wood cultivators quickly became accustomed. They were the first to feel the purity of these spirit race women. Tang Wan'er was also very unrestrained, dancing with two of the spirit race women. Tinkling laughter came from them occasionally. It was like everyone was being brought back to their childhood and was simply playing. Everyone gradually became accustomed. The flashy Xuanhuan did his best to display his own dance as he was surrounded by a group of women. It looked about as ugly as a bear trying to scratch its own back, making these women clap and laugh. As for Xuanhuan, he thought they were praising his dancing, and he began to dance even harder. "Long Chen, are you not dancing?" asked Ling Yao. "Me, I think I'll pass. If I start dancing, I think I'll be even worse than that fellow." Long Chen looked at Xuanhuan. "Come, I'll show you. It's very simple." Ling Yao grabbed Long Chen's arm and pulled him into a dance. In truth, their dance was very simple. There were only a few movements, and it wasn't something that required great skill. Long Chen couldn't refuse a dance request from the person who had saved his life, so he thickened his skin and danced. He matched Ling Yao's movements. He quickly sensed something strange. As he entered the rhythm of the dance, he noticed a strange airflow around him. It felt like his heart was being cleansed by the dance, as if his soul was being purified. This was a feeling that made a person abandon all their misgivings and become one with the world. In just a moment, Long Chen had relaxed a great deal. He felt like he had returned to his childhood and was gleefully playing under the watchful eye of his mother. There was no mocking, no struggle, and no competition. It felt like they were all bathed in sunlight, playing like carefree children. This feeling was something that had long since been forgotten under the torrent of blood and battle. Today, they finally found it again. Tang Wan'er was dancing gaily, while Meng Qi was also dancing with one of the spirit race women, an expression of peace and contentment on her face. This dance is called the spirit of life. It's the blessing the life God left for us. Whether you are in a good mood or a bad mood, whether you are angry or sorrowful, as long as you dance this dance, the wounds of your heart will be soothed and you will feel happy and safe. Ling Yao looked up at the tree above them. A grateful and devout expression appeared on her face. Long Chen was startled. Was this giant tree the spirit race's life god? After an unknown amount of time, everyone became exhausted. Long Chen was also one of them, and he fell asleep without realizing it. It was like he had gotten tired of playing and was now sleeping in the embrace of his mother. He felt completely safe in her embrace. He didn't know how long he stayed in that moment, but this dream suddenly took a turn. A bottomless abyss appeared behind him, and he felt like he would drop and break all his bones as soon as he turned. He instantly awoke. Waking up, Long Chen realized he was lying in Ling Yao's embrace. She was staring at him with care. "Sorry about this." Long Chen hastily crawled up. He found that all the Dragon Blood Legion was asleep, each of them in the embrace of a woman. Those spirit race women had spiritual light flowing around them. The Dragon Blood warriors were like sleeping babies, lying in their embrace. They are enjoying the blessing of the life god. The life god's power is soothing their sorrows, letting their souls sublimate. But you woke as soon as you fell asleep. It seems you have too many burdens to relax. The spirit emperor walked over, a trace of pity in her eyes as she stared at Long Chen. Long Chen smiled slightly. "It's not that bad. There are many things that I have to carry and I can't just run away from them. If I did, it would be tossing my burdens to someone else, and that's not what a man should do. Spirit Emperor, I came to the spirit world to return my debt, but it seems, without even paying my debt, I've accumulated a new one." He knew that the Dragon Blood Legion was in a special, fetus-like state. This kind of state was something all cultivators would long to achieve. The meditative state was a state of spiritual emptiness. By releasing everything, you became closer to the heavenly Taos and could comprehend them better. However, this state was artificial. Just by wanting to enter this state, you had a goal which contradicted the point of this state. That made it very difficult for one to grasp anything about the heavenly Taos. Despite its low efficiency, this meditative state was the only cultivation method to get closer to the heavenly Taos, so everyone had to use it to increase their mental realms. A person's mental realm was just as important as their cultivation realm. Normally, the mental realm had to be higher than the cultivation realm. The mental realm was like a canal, while the cultivation base was the water. The canal had to be constructed perfectly to allow water to flow through it. If a person's mental realm wasn't high enough and their cultivation base sharply exceeded it, it could easily ruin a person's foundation and cause a heart devil. So there were many geniuses that couldn't put their full energy into raising their cultivation base because their mental realms were lagging. Now the Dragon Blood Legion was in an innate meditative state. This was completely different than when cultivators forced themselves into a meditative state. In the secular world's words, everything you gained while you were still in the womb was innate, while everything you had after you were born was acquired. Once you were born, you couldn't gain more innate things, but the Dragon Blood Legion had returned to a fetus-like state. This was practically a heaven-defying opportunity for them. As long as their mental realms were high enough, Long Chen could refine medicinal pills for them to raise their cultivation bases rapidly. That was why he was bitterly smiling. He hadn't even returned his debt, and a new one was already piled onto it. There's no need for you to care about this debt. Anyone who sincerely has good intentions for our spirit race is our precious guest. Do you know those dream butterflies you attracted when you first entered the forest of life? The dream butterflies are the most sensitive spirit creatures within this forest. For them to like you means you truly care about us. We don't have anything to repay you with, so this is just a bit of kindness from us, said the Spirit Emperor. Spirit Emperor, what trouble have you encountered? I want to help you, said Long Chen. This trouble isn't so simple. It might not be long before the forest of life will cease to exist. Is it really so grave? The dark forest has gathered reinforcements from many different powers, inflating their forces. And even before this, just the dark forest alone was hard enough to resist. Now, the spirit race warriors are no longer able to block them, and the battle lines are being forced closer and closer to us. The forest of life itself is not able to kill other life forms, and being infected by their grievance and resentment is toxic to us. The spirit race warriors and spirit beasts are the only things we can depend on, but looking at the current situation, there's no hope, sighed the Spirit Emperor. So thank you for coming here, but we don't want to implicate you. That would just make us feel worse. Throwing away your lives for a hopeless battle isn't worth it. Since we've come, we came prepared. Even if we have to die, we will stand beside you. Even if we have to fight to the last man, to the last drop of blood. This is the spirit of the Dragon Blood Legion, said Long Chen firmly. This was his principles and the principles of the Dragon Blood Legion. But if you help us, you will become the enemies of all the martial heaven continent's powers, warned the Spirit Emperor. Chapter 1407, Traitors of the Human Race. Translator, born to be. Why would that happen? Asked Long Chen with shock. The answer would take a long time to explain. The Spirit Queen sighed and began to tell Long Chen a story he had never heard before. Rumor had it that in the immortal era, the spirit world had had very good relationships with the human race. The spirit race had powerful life energy skills and had helped the human race countless times against their powerful enemies. In that battle of the immortal era, in order to help the human race, the spirit world had lost many of its experts. It had been forced to seal itself off to recover. Then the dark era came. The spirit world was also attacked, with foreign tree demons invading. At that time, they still hadn't recovered from their previous losses. When the dark era ended, the martial heaven continent had been devastated, and the spirit world had taken disastrous losses. The dark forest grew stronger. At first, they only managed to take over a small part of the spirit world, but now they began to spread. Other than their powerful tree demons, the dark forest also had berserk magical beasts. As for the forest of life spirit trees, they couldn't kill other creatures. Only their spirit race warriors and spirit beasts could fight them. However, they were unable to stop the advance of the dark forest. The dark forest's territory grew greater and greater, while the forest of life's territory shrank with each passing year. This was a slow battle. Since the dark era had passed and the human race had recovered, the spirit race asked for help. However, the sovereigns that had once led the human race heroically had all fallen, and the martial heaven continent had completely changed. Each person was selfish, and no one came to help the spirit race. In fact, people began to curse the spirit race for betraying their trust and not helping the martial heaven continent during the dark era. They thought that the huge losses they had taken were all because of the spirit race's betrayal. How could they be so shameless? Raged Long Chen. This was too evil. Although he hadn't spent a long time with the spirit race's people, he had no doubt whatsoever toward them. They would never lie. If they just didn't help us, that would be one thing. But then after having a falling out with us, they began to help the dark forest suppress us, said the Spirit Queen sadly. Are they worse than beasts? Long Chen couldn't imagine this. Just what had happened to the human race. Why would they do something so treacherous? Suddenly he had a thought. Could it be? Yes, it stemmed from greed. Everything in the forest of life is filled with life essence. The spirit beasts, the spirit trees, the spirit warriors, all life forms within the forest of life are treasures in the outside world that can extend a person's lifespan. As expected, in front of great enticement, humans would also become depraved. Even a saint could become a devil. Does the entire martial heaven continent side with the dark forest? Asked Long Chen. If the Xuanhuan Dao sect had also sided with the dark forest, he wouldn't know how to feel about it. About all of them. The corrupt path, the ancient races, Pill Valley, the Xuanhuan beasts, they all stood by the side of the dark forest. As for the righteous path, they acted like they didn't see anything. But some sects stealthily sent some people to kill the creatures in the forest of life, so the righteous path also isn't our friend, answered the Spirit Queen. Hearing this, Long Chen sighed with relief. As long as the Xuanhuan Dao sect hadn't participated in killing them, he could accept it. He finally realized what Li Tianxuan had been about to tell him. Clearly, Li Tianxuan had already figured out the situation in the spirit world and had predicted that Long Chen would be surrounded by enemies. But even if Li Tianxuan had told him all this, Long Chen would still have come to the spirit world without any hesitation. The thing that disappointed him was that whether it was the Xuanhuan Dao sect, the heaven-splitting battle sect, the heavenly sword gate, or the wine god palace, all these sects he had a close relationship with had all chosen to be silent in the face of the spirit world's crisis. And he supposed that any single sect couldn't become enemies with so many sects. They could only act like they didn't know anything. At the same time as he was disappointed, he was enraged. If people could abandon the allies that had fought alongside them so easily, were they even worthy of being called cultivators? Was this in order to live a longer but sullen life? If you didn't even dare to do the things you wanted to do, then what was the point of cultivating? Spirit Queen, on behalf of the human race, let me apologize. I'm ashamed of my ancestors for their actions, but the Dragonblood Legion and I will stand together with you. We will live and die together, swore Long Chen. Are you prepared to become enemies with the entire martial heaven continent? Asked the Spirit Queen. If I have to be enemies with them, then fine. In any case, I have plenty of enemies already. I don't mind increasing the scale a bit more. Long Chen smiled. Wasn't that precisely the case? The ancient races, Corrupt Path and Pill Valley were his mortal enemies. Which one didn't want his life? As for the Xuanhuan beasts, as soon as he had accepted Cloud, he had made his preparations to be enemies with them. To put it bluntly, a dead pig wasn't afraid of boiling water. Since things had already reached this point, he might as well do what he wanted. Although he had many things to accomplish, if he didn't even dare to repay his debts, then would having a higher cultivation base matter? This wasn't his first time putting his life on the line, and he was already used to it. Long Chen, thank you. The Spirit Queen was extremely grateful. After being betrayed by so many humans, this was her first time encountering a human who would sacrifice their life for them for a small favor. Spirit Queen, I have many questions I want to ask you. Ask away, as long as I know I will answer. Why are the spirit warriors all women? Where are the male warriors? This was something that he had been holding back for a long time. In all the forest of life, he hadn't seen a single male. There are no male warriors in our spirit race. These warriors are not humans. They are the fruit of the life god. The Spirit Queen raised her head to look at the giant tree. Their fruit, Long Chen jumped in shock. How was this possible? Yes, the fruit of the life god tree. They took human form with the life god tree's power. Bows and arrows are the martial weapons that allow them to unleash their greatest power. Although their arrows are made of ordinary wood, when they shoot, they will pray to the life god, giving their arrows divine power that can pierce the armor of experts and the hide of magical beasts. Now Long Chen understood why their arrows were so strangely powerful. It is because they are the fruit of the life god tree that they are like pure and naive children. They are like a sheet of white paper. After years of fighting against the dark forest, countless spirit warriors have lost their lives. In order to protect everyone, the life god has spent all its energy. You can also see how bad the life god tree situation is. It's unable to give birth to any more spirit warriors. Originally, when the spirit warriors die, a portion of them will transform into spiritual chi and return to the forest of life to be absorbed by the life god tree. But when the martial heaven continent's experts capture them, they will refine them into divine life elixir. Fury appeared on the Spirit Queen's face. The spirit warriors who landed in enemy hands all suffered miserably. This was why Gu Yan had captured those spirit warriors. But with the corrupt path's lecherousness and cruelty, they would inflict even more suffering on them. What is the origin of the Dark Forest? They invaded the spirit world during the Dark Era. Was that a coincidence or part of a scheme? If it's part of a scheme, what is their goal? Long Chen was extremely curious toward the Dark Forest. Just how had those tree demons formed an agreement with the martial heaven continent's experts? I'm ashamed to say that our heads aren't as clever as the human race. We've never been able to figure out why they appeared, said the Spirit Queen apologetically. Long Chen was dumbfounded. Even after tens of thousands of years, they were unable to figure out their goal. He quickly thought of how Pill Valley's experts said that the dark forest tree demons were all wooden-headed fools. They weren't very intelligent. It was just that the Spirit Queen looked very wise, so it was unexpected that even she wouldn't know such a thing. That's fine. We can figure that out later. Then tell me, other than their greed for the Forest of Life, is there anything else that attracts the Martial Heaven Continent's warriors here? Yes, within the spirit world lies part of the ancient battlefield. Back when the human race was still allied with the spirit world, when devil creatures invaded us, they were suppressed by a sovereign. That battle was extremely intense, and heaven and earth were destroyed. Spatial cracks now litter that region. Rumor has it that countless experts of both the humans and those devil creatures died at that time, and their treasures were left behind. However, the divine might of a sovereign still lingers there, so neither we nor the dark forest tree demons can approach there without being annihilated, said the Spirit Queen. A sovereign's divine might that makes you unable to approach the battlefield. Long Chen was shocked to learn that a sovereign had once fought in the spirit world. Yes, only humans can get close to that area, but I heard that the battlefield is extremely dangerous. Countless adventurers have entered without ever leaving. Sovereigns were legendary existences that dominated anyone in the same realm. Only one sovereign would appear in one generation, so the title of sovereign was synonymous with unrivaled. Rumor had it that the sovereigns were the result of all the world's karmic flow condensing into one person. Only one sovereign could be born in one era, and only when that sovereign fell would it be possible for a second sovereign to be born. So the sovereigns that had risen during previous eras were all figures that had led that era. They were godlike existences. I'll definitely have to go to that battlefield. Perhaps I can get some treasures. A fiery light appeared in Long Chen's eyes. Chapter 1408 Primal Chaos Soil. Translator Born to Be. After chatting with the Spirit Queen for a long time, he gained an understanding of the Forest of Life's power. The Forest of Life had 90 million spirit warriors. They possessed such long lifespans that they had to be measured in millennia. The longer they lived, the greater their combat power would be. They had no cultivation base rankings. Instead, it was their age that was used to divide their power. They were split into spirit kings, spirit generals, spirit guards, and spirit soldiers. They could generally be equivalent to the human race's life star, soul transformation, Jade core, and foundation forging realms. The spirit guard that Long Chen had saved was very powerful among spirit guards, which had allowed her to fight so long against Gu Yan. In truth, Gu Yan hadn't been fighting all out at that time. He had intentionally let some spirit warriors escape to draw more reinforcements. His appetite was quite big. The spirit race's warriors would only reach the level of a true spirit soldier when they had reached 200 years of age. Without reaching that age, their combat power would be even lower. The spirit warriors' appearances never changed. They appeared the same as when they had just been born. Other than their own people, no one else could tell them apart. Those who had lived for 200 to 1,000 years were called spirit soldiers. 1,000 to 2,000 were spirit guards, 2,000 to 5,000 were spirit generals, and 5,000 to 10,000 were called spirit kings. When Long Chen heard this, he couldn't help being speechless. These pure and naive ladies had actually lived for so long. However, he supposed since they were the fruit of the life god tree, he could understand it. It was just regretful that the spirit race had taken huge losses to help the human race during the battle of the immortal era. Then the dark forest had come and continuously fought against the spirit race until there were no longer any spirit kings left. There were less than 10,000 spirit generals and about 8 million spirit guards, but not all the spirit guards were as strong as the one Long Chen had encountered. That spirit guard had almost reached the level of a spirit general, which was why she had been able to block Gu Yan. Then there were over 80 million spirit soldiers. There were also over 3,000 11th rank magical beasts, 100,000 10th rank magical beasts, and an uncountable number below that level in the Forest of Life. A force of this level would be shocking on the Martial Heaven continent. However, compared to the Dark Forest, the Forest of Life didn't have the slightest chance of winning. That was because the Dark Forest had finally brought back the heaven-devouring forest they had set up on the Martial Heaven continent in order to raise a group of extremely powerful tree demons. The Martial Heaven continent was different from the spirit world. The Martial Heaven continent was full of strife and slaughter, and tree demons all liked to absorb that air. It was beneficial to their growth. Furthermore, the spirit trees were unable to directly participate in the battle. They could only bestow their power to the spirit warriors and spirit beasts. When they were injured, they would use their own energy to heal them. The tree demons had no such restriction. How long ago did they suddenly get reinforced? Long Chen suddenly thought of something. 3 months and 17 days ago, according to the units of the martial heaven continent. What about it? Asked the spirit queen upon seeing Long Chen's expression change. Over 3.5 months ago. That's not long after I caused a falling out with Pill Valley. Long Chen gave a simple summary of what he had done in Pill Valley. The spirit queen was completely dumbfounded. Long Chen had almost destroyed Pill Valley, as well as provoked a huge fight between them and the heaven-devouring forest, causing the heaven-devouring forest to take heavy losses. The Dark Forest has secret connections to many of the powers of the martial heaven continent, so I will make a very brazen guess. Back when the Dark Forest first established spatial channels to spread their roots to the martial heaven continent, they made it seem like this was simply the actions of the Dark Forest, but the truth was that they had already received the approval of Pill Valley, the corrupt path, the ancient races, and the other various powers. That was why they weren't immediately destroyed when they first entered the continent. Once they had established themselves, they began to spread rapidly, blocking off the way from the eastern Xuanhuan region to the central Xuanhuan region. They would occasionally kill experts crossing through them, but due to their secret connections with powers like Pill Valley, they couldn't be eradicated. Because of the heaven-devouring forest, the Dark Forest's power grows greater and greater at a rapid rate. Most likely, the Dark Forest doesn't even view the Forest of Life as an opponent any longer. They simply want to get more benefits from growing in the martial heaven continent. But because of their falling out with Pill Valley, although it looked like they settled things, they are filled with hatred. They view the Forest of Life as a fat slab of meat, and they're using you as a bargaining chip with the corrupt path, ancient races, and other powers. All these other powers were invited into the spirit world, but I believe only the Pill Valley was rejected. Pill Valley is under great pressure as it is, and doesn't have the energy to participate in this matter. Others can enter and get benefits, but Pill Valley can't. This is their way of punishing Pill Valley for the previous battle. That's why, at the very least, our opponents won't include the flame cultivators of Pill Valley. That will make things much easier on us, and I'll be able to come up with certain stratagems for the battle. Do you want to hear my suggestions? Asked Long Chen. The spirit queen stared at him with a lost expression. She apologized. Sorry, what you're talking about is too complicated. I can't really understand. This time it was Long Chen's turn to be dumbfounded. I apologize. The life forms of the spirit world aren't very intelligent. We mostly act on instinct. I don't really understand your analysis, said the spirit queen. Long Chen was speechless. Even the strongest member of the spirit race, the spirit queen, couldn't understand something like this. How were they supposed to communicate? Long Chen, we trust you and your intuition. We can sense the feelings inside a person's heart, and I can sense your goodwill for us. For you to come right as we are facing our destruction is the guidance of the life god. I'm willing to hand over everything to you, said the spirit queen. Divine light began to shine from her eyes, and at the same time, ripples came from the life god tree. The world became enveloped by a sacred light. Do you see? The life god tree also approves of my decision. Long Chen, you are the savior of the spirit world, said the spirit queen. The savior? I can't even save myself. Long Chen bitterly smiled inside. But looking at the life god tree with its heaven-piercing branches, he suddenly thought of something. Some soil appeared in his hand, and he slowly sprinkled it on the ground. The spirit queen stared at him curiously, but she quickly became ecstatic. This is the divine soil possessing the aura of primal chaos, her voice quivered. Is this useful to the life god tree? Yes, very. This primal chaos aura can make up for the life energy the life god tree has spent. The life god tree used up all its energy giving birth to spirit warriors. If we only had more of this soil. The spirit queen let out a startled cry as Long Chen waved his hand. A mountain of soil appeared, and the aura of primal chaos slowly merged into the ground. This soil came from the primal chaos bead, and Long Chen could bring out as much of this as he wanted. As the primal chaos merged into the ground, the life god tree began to shine brightly, lighting up the sky. Its withered branches sprouted green buds. The primal chaos bead soil was incredibly effective. However, the life god tree was so huge that this mountain of soil was absorbed in just a moment, only allowing it to recover slightly. But this was already enough to delight the spirit queen. Long Chen summoned more and more soil, piling it up around the life god tree. The spirit queen stared in shock, her hand covering her mouth. The life god tree was crazily absorbing this soil. As endless life energy began to bloom within it, tears overflowed from the spirit queen's eyes. The life god tree was the protector of the spirit world. It was the highest faith in the spirit world. As for the spirit queen, she was the protector of the life god tree. Her soul was connected to it, so she knew best how quickly it was healing. The life god tree's exhausted energy was rapidly being replenished. Nothing else could make her so happy. Thank you, the life god tree has already recovered. The spirit queen's voice was choked with emotion. In just a few hours, there was not a single withered branch on the life god tree. It was overflowing with vitality and had recovered to its peak. Don't worry about it. I can bring out as much of this soil as needed. Since we're in such a crisis, can I ask if the life god tree can now give birth to more powerful spirit warriors? Asked Long Chen. Do you really have that much of this soil? The spirit queen's voice was quivering. If you really have a limitless amount, then the life god tree can spend a large amount of life energy to give birth to spirit generals. How many can it give birth to in one day? The spirit queen closed her eyes. She was communicating with the life god tree. After a moment she said, if there is enough of this soil, the life god tree can give birth to 10,000 spirit generals a day. What about spirit kings? No, there's no way to create spirit kings from nothing. They need to grow naturally. Spirit generals are the limit for the life god tree, answered the spirit queen. Long Chen sank into thought. The spirit generals were equivalent to the soul transformation realm, and they were blessed by the life god tree, giving them immense power. However, that still wasn't enough. Back when the heaven-devouring forest had fought against Pill Valley, even life star experts had died. The forest of life's power was still too low. If I can't raise our power fast enough, then I'll need to reduce the opponent's power. Long Chen smiled faintly. He thought of another soil in the primal chaos space, one that devoured life. Chapter 1409 World Tree. Translator Born to Be. The primal chaos space's black soil was poison to trees, and the only existence that could survive in it was the heavenly Tao tree. It would be a powerful killing tool in this upcoming battle. Long Chen asked the Spirit Queen when the Dragonblood warriors would awaken. She said that it would take over 10 days. Thinking about it, he had the Spirit Queen gather all the spirit warriors that were fighting on the battlefield. The spirit race clearly didn't understand battle tactics. Continuing like they had been would just make things worse for them. They were basically sending themselves to their enemies. Hence, it was better for them to all return to the forest of life and solidify their defenses. Once the spirit warriors retreated, there was no way the corrupt path or the ancient races would dare to attack the forest of life. According to the Spirit Queen, the dark forest had taken over 90% of the spirit world. Eliminating the forest of life was just a matter of time. The only reason the dark forest hadn't eliminated them was because they were using the forest of life as a gambling chip to cooperate with the Martial Heaven continent's powers. If the spirit warriors retreated and took a solid defense, the experts that had come from the Martial Heaven continent wouldn't be able to capture them. That way, there would be nothing they could do to the forest of life, and that would force the dark forest to launch an attack. However, retreating was still the best option, as it would take some time before the dark forest launched their attacks. That was enough time for Long Chen to do many things. Long Chen was grateful that the Spirit Queen acted according to his orders. As soon as she heard his recommendation, she used the Life God tree's energy to alert all the spirit warriors to fall back. Because they were the fruit of the Life God tree, there was no need for them to communicate with words. They all came from the same source, and communicating through the Life God tree was much more convenient than through their mouths. The spirit warriors gathered, and the powerful magical beasts went to guard the border of the forest of life. If anyone dared to approach, they would be directly killed. After arranging this, he asked the Spirit Queen for a powerful magical beast to use as a steed, and he stealthily left the forest of life. He was searching for something called the World Tree. The World Tree was the most ancient tree species in the spirit world. It was the first kind of tree to exist after the spirit world was formed. First came the World Tree, then came the Forest of Life. According to the Spirit Queen, even the Life God Tree only came later. The World Tree was an extremely miraculous existence. It was said that its longevity was equivalent to this world's. As long as this world didn't die, the World Tree would exist forever. It was the existence with the greatest life energy. Originally, the spirit world had possessed a huge forest of world trees. Unfortunately, they were devoured by the dark forest, and there were no longer any world trees in this world. But if he was lucky, he would be able to find the seeds of the world trees. The forest where the world trees had once thrived was his target. He wanted to plant a huge forest of world trees. The primal chaos space would not allow things with their own minds to be planted within it. The branches of the tree demons or the spirit trees would simply turn into life energy when he planted them. He also tried a budding branch from the life god tree, but it could not be planted in the primal chaos space. Long Chen had dreamed of planting a forest of life god trees in the primal chaos space. Then he would possess an undying body, but that dream had been destroyed. So he had switched targets to these so-called world trees. It was said that they were also huge and possessed immense life energy. It was due to their immense life energy that they were devoured by the dark forest as nourishment. Because of it, the dark forest had strengthened to the point that they began to overpower the forest of life. When Long Chen heard that, Long Chen couldn't help being speechless. The forest of life's creatures were innately kind, but their heads. Long Chen left behind a huge amount of primal chaos soil for the life god tree. In any case, the primal chaos space was 3 million miles wide. He could bring out as much of this soil as he wanted. The Spirit Queen gave Long Chen a flying magical beast. It was an azure scale blood eagle, an 11th rank magical beast. Its body was covered in azure scales, but its eyes were the color of blood. The azure scale blood eagle was extremely fast, and it brought Long Chen out of the forest of life very quickly. Long Chen saw large swaths of spirit warriors currently retreating to the forest of life. Once they were out of the forest of life, the azure scale blood eagle sped up. In just a day, Long Chen saw a region of space rippling like it was a huge waterfall. Although he was so far away, he could still see the space there twisting. But the instant he looked closely, his hair stood on end. He sensed a terrifying pressure. This is the ancient battlefield. Long Chen was deeply shaken. Even from this distance, it gave off such a terrifying pressure. It was worthy of being a place a sovereign had once fought. Primal chaos raged in this location, and the laws of heaven and earth were constantly being torn to shreds. There was no way for this part of the world to heal. A battle from tens of thousands of years ago had left such scars even after so much time. A sovereign was truly an untouchable existence. First, get the world trees, then I'll come back and see what I can do here. Long Chen felt a blazing desire as he looked at this distant space. Perhaps he would be able to obtain something from that place. The azure scale blood eagle continued flying. This battlefield was so huge that even with its speed, it took a full day before he saw a dark forest. Many thanks, you can go back. Long Chen jumped off quite some distance from the dark forest. He went off on his own. Magical beasts possessed powerful life auras and would be easily sensed. As soon as Long Chen entered this forest, he felt unnatural. If the forest of life was like a pure spring, then the dark forest was like muddy sewer water. He suppressed his aura, as this forest was filled with countless powerful tree demons. They were normally sleeping and looked like ordinary huge trees, but once they were woken, they would attack. He definitely didn't want to wake them, and so he carefully advanced. After 2 days, he reached a mountain valley. A smile appeared on his face. He had reached his target. The place where the 2 mountains met to form the valley was precisely where the forest of world trees had once been. But this mountain valley was so huge that it took him 4 hours to arrive at the end of it. He was greeted by a huge mountain. When he jumped to the crown of a tall tree and looked into the distance, he gasped. This was a cemetery for trees. Countless giant trees were lying on the ground. The trees were so huge that there was no way to see their end. The roots of tree demons were piercing them, like they were fallen trees with mushrooms growing out of them. These tree demons were many miles tall, but when compared to the fallen trees, they looked wholly insignificant. This cemetery of fallen trees gave Long Chen a chill. Although he had been prepared, he hadn't expected them to be so giant. There was no doubt that these fallen trees had to be world trees. He went over to one of the world trees. Touching the trunk, he shook his head. This world tree's life energy had already been sucked dry. The inside was completely rotten. Long Chen continued to go deeper. The world trees were hundreds of miles long, but unfortunately, even their buds were corroded and dead. There was no fruit or seed for him. He even checked the surrounding ground, but he didn't find anything. After a couple of hours, Long Chen's heart was cold. So much time had passed since these world trees had died. They didn't have the slightest trace of life within them. Even the primal chaos space couldn't revive them. Even a withered branch, as long as it possessed the slightest bit of life energy, could be revived by the primal chaos space. Unfortunately, there wasn't even the slightest bit of life here. However, Long Chen was still unwilling to leave things as they were. He expanded his search. Finding world trees was crucial to him. This damn dark forest, cursed Long Chen. He had found a fruit of the world tree. It was a 30-meter sphere with a hard shell. Yet roots had still pierced its body and extracted all its life essence. In other words, this fruit was also garbage. In his fury, Long Chen summoned a batch of flames that incinerated these tree demons. Clearly, these tree demons had already sucked away everything from these world trees. Right now, he was hoping to find just a single seed, but he didn't feel much hope anymore. Despite how infuriated he was, he had to continue searching. Although his chances were low, he had to go through this entire forest. Just as his heart was ice cold, he saw over 10 huge trees in the distance. They couldn't be right. Long Chen rubbed his eyes, thinking they were broken. Those giant trees were definitely world trees. Although they were withered, they hadn't collapsed. His heart began to pound. As long as they hadn't collapsed, perhaps they still possessed the slightest bit of life. Long Chen hastily rushed over. He saw that there were 18 world trees in a ring. His heart was pounding harder and harder. He saw 2 of the world trees had lots of fruit growing on them. That meant there was a very high chance they still had some life. However, just as he was rushing over, a sense of alarm washed over him. He immediately stopped. He saw a willow tree in the middle of the world trees. The willow tree was just 3,000 meters tall. In front of the world trees, it was absolutely minuscule. The main trunk of the willow was covered in scales that emitted an ancient air. Its leaves looked like the hair of a young woman. When the breeze blew by, the leaves lit up with divine light. But that light also hid a fierce coiling intent that made Long Chen's hair raise. It has actually monopolized these 18 world trees. Long Chen couldn't help being shocked as he noticed the strange roots coming out of the willow. Chapter 14:10 The Terrifying Willow. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen noticed that this strange willow had 18 roots growing out of it, connecting it to the world trees like chains. It was absorbing the energy of the 18 world trees. The thing that shocked him the most was that, while the willow's branches swayed gently in the wind, making it seem weak, the willow still made him feel an immense sense of danger. He stealthily approached one of the world trees from a safe angle. Making sure to stay out of view of the willow, he began to climb up a world tree like a lizard. His aura was completely hidden. As he climbed higher and higher, he eventually broke past the clouds. From here, it was even possible to see that distant battlefield. He stealthily plucked one of the world tree's seeds and tossed it into the primal chaos space. His heart was thudding loudly in his ears. The seed landed in the primal chaos bead soil, but there was no change. Is this seed out of energy too? Long Chen couldn't help being disappointed. Usually, seeds would immediately start to germinate as soon as they were tossed into the primal chaos space. But even after a minute had passed, there wasn't the slightest movement. Crack! Just as he gave up hope, a light sound came from the seed. It slowly split apart. Roots dug their way into the ground like small tentacles. The seed split in two, revealing a small shoot. Haha! Long Chen laughed delightedly. But just as he laughed, iciness washed over him. A green branch on top of the world tree suddenly shot toward him. It was the branch of a willow with the thickness of a chopstick. Green leaves covered it, flowing with divine light. Long Chen smelled the scent of death coming for it. He directly summoned the divine ring, and 5 stars appeared in his eyes. He slashed his sword at the branch. Boom! Shockingly, his powerful attack was unable to sever that tiny branch. The world rocked, and the world tree's buds and seeds began to fall. Long Chen waved his hand, collecting those seeds. Countless willow branches came out of the world tree. It was like the withered world tree had given birth to new life, but those willow branches did not belong to the world tree. In just a moment, the world tree was covered in willow branches. They shot toward Long Chen. Split the heavens 4. Long Chen slashed his sword, unleashing a huge sword image. But shockingly, these willow branches were too strong, and only a small portion of them broke. The majority were completely unharmed. These willow branches looked weak, but they were extremely tough. When his attack landed, those seemingly delicate leaves would lit up and repel a large portion of his power. It was like his slash landed on cotton and couldn't cause any significant damage. Suddenly, the willow leaves lit up. A murderous aura rose as a mass of leaves shot at Long Chen. The willow leaves looked weak and light, but they possessed a terrifying destructive power as they tore through space. The willow leaves were like a sea that completely filled the world. Millions of sharp leaf blades were piercing toward him. Long Chen was appalled. He hastily summoned the green dragon battle armor and slashed his sword down again. Boom! An opening appeared in the sea of leaves, but Long Chen was only able to break the ones in front of him. The leaves surrounding him had already lacerated his body. They were so sharp that not even his dragon scales could block them. In some places, he was cut to the bone. Long Chen charged through the opening he had created. Having disturbed that strange willow below him, he had fallen into desperate straits. It was truly a case of great joy being followed by a terrible tragedy. Piercing his way out of the sea of leaves, he sucked in a cold gasp when he saw what was outside. Millions of willow branches had formed layers of nets around this region, completely trapping him. Raging flames devour the heavens. Golden flames suddenly erupted from Long Chen, enveloping the willow branches, instantly igniting them. This world became a sea of golden flames. The leaves were incinerated, but the branches were protected and blocked the heaven-incinerating flame. Boom! Although they managed to resist the heaven-incinerating flame, their defensive power sharply dropped. Long Chen slashed open a large opening for himself. Long Chen joyfully flew out. At the same time, he tossed out a flame sphere behind him. Without looking at the results, he fled. The flame sphere exploded, enveloping this region of the dark forest. Long Chen fled. He had instantly disturbed countless slumbering tree demons. He couldn't bother sneaking around any longer, and he directly summoned Xuanhuan, charging his way through. Those tree demons dodged his path, but Long Chen continuously tossed out flame spheres, spreading the flames. The dark forest was a complete mess. The tree demons were panicked and some were running around, igniting other tree demons. Long Chen simply rushed away without looking back. That terrifying willow wasn't chasing him at least. That willow was too strange. He had never seen such a terrifying existence. Without the heaven-incinerating flame, he might have died. Thinking of that, he felt a burst of lingering fear. It seemed he had underestimated the dark forest. Long Chen fled away. From the air, it looked like a flame dragon was spreading a sea of flames within a forest. He quickly reached the end of the dark forest. After putting away Xuanhuan, lightning wings appeared on his back, and he shot away. He had only just escaped when several terrifying auras rose within the depths of the dark forest. He had clearly disturbed the dark forest's powerful existences, but he had already escaped. As for the flames he had left behind, they incinerated a large mass of trees. Those powerful experts had to personally extinguish those flames, or they would spread until the entire dark forest was gone. Long Chen continued fleeing for several hours. When he felt like he was far enough, he finally took a break. Those willow leaves are strange. Long Chen's injuries were currently bleeding a mix of blood and some black liquid. It wasn't poison. It seemed more similar to a curse that was constantly worsening his injury, making it so he couldn't heal. He was covered in injuries, and he consumed 2 healing pills to temporarily suppress them. His 108,000 stars began to circulate to assist in the healing, forcing out that bizarre energy. As the 9-star Hegemon body art circulated, more and more of that black liquid was expelled. After 2 hours, the black liquid was gone, and his injuries began to automatically heal. What strange energy! If an ordinary person was struck by one willow leaf, they would probably lose their life. Long Chen smacked his lips. Ordinary Jade core experts would be unable to expel this curse energy. This power was even more terrifying than poison. During the battle, if a person couldn't heal their injuries and had no time to expel this curse, it would gravely affect their combat power. The thing that amazed him the most was that he hadn't even seen the willow's main body attack. It had only attacked him through the body of the world tree. If it had been the main body attacking, its power would have been even more terrifying. As for Long Chen's own attacks, they were unable to cause any substantial damage to it. But why had it not chased after him? He couldn't quite figure it out. He looked inside the primal chaos space where hundreds of world trees had started budding. But even after all this time, their shoots were only 3 meters tall. They weren't even as tall as the original seeds. They only had 2 small leaves, and their bodies were somewhat translucent, growing extremely slow. Right now, these soft shoots were too weak for him to split up into more trees. This really is too slow. Long Chen circulated the primal chaos space, urging on the growth of the world trees, but he practically couldn't see any change. Ordinary trees would grow several meters in just a few breaths' time, but considering the size of the world trees he had seen, he understood that having these soft shoots grow to such a size would definitely be a slow process. How regretful! I should have thrown in some tree demons to turn into life energy. Whether it was the bodies of magical beasts or tree demons, once they were tossed into the black soil, they would transform into life energy that would be absorbed by the plants in the primal chaos space. However, feeling regret was too late now. He definitely didn't dare to go back to the dark forest. If he encountered that willow again, it'd be troublesome. But what would be even worse was encountering those terrifying existences he had sensed just now. Other than this, his heaven-incinerating flame had been exposed. He would need to come up with some excuse to cover this up, or if he exposed that he was Long San, he would be done for. After resting and feeling like he had recovered to his peak state, he looked around and went straight toward the ancient battlefield. Chapter 14:11 A Big Fish. Translator Born to Be. The ancient battlefield. It was a very vague name. This was a place where supreme experts had once fought. Back when the spirit world was still allied with the martial heaven continent, when devils had invaded the spirit world and been about to annihilate the spirit race with the intent of eliminating one of the martial heaven continent's helpers, a sovereign of the human race had led an army of experts to provide assistance. An immense battle had been fought here. The core of the battlefield was where the sovereign had fought the devils. The laws of this region had been destroyed, causing spatial cracks to constantly appear for moments. Even after tens of thousands of years, the pressure of the sovereign's fighting remained. Long Chen arrived at the edge of the battlefield where the space was constantly twisting. A powerful tearing force was present, capable of ripping steel apart. This is the power of a sovereign. The sovereign blood seal was like this, and now this battlefield is the same. Just what kind of existence is a sovereign? Wondered Long Chen as he sensed the intense fluctuations in space. He slowly walked deeper into the battlefield. The spatial twisting grew worse. A few miles in, the space beside him suddenly tore apart, and it was like a huge mouth wanting to devour him. If he didn't react fast enough and instinctively dodge, he would have been drawn into the chaotic flow of space. No matter how strong he was, he'd still die from that. His face turned pale. The danger had come so suddenly. To be killed by some random spatial tear would be too sullen of a death. He continued walking deeper, advancing slowly like he was walking through cold water. The spatial fluctuations grew more intense. Fortunately, after traveling for a while, he was able to tell that when a spatial tear was about to form, the surrounding space would turn static for half a breath's time. By keeping watch of that pattern, he managed to effectively avoid the spatial tears. After several hours, he passed through this unsteady space. What he stepped into was a desolate battlefield filled with the stench of blood. He knelt and looked at a blood-stained stone. The blood had already dried up, but its color was as bright as if it was fresh. It also still contained some pressure. Even after all this time, it still retains this pressure. Just how terrifying was the cultivation base of the owner of this blood? Crack! Long Chen stepped on an old bone. It was 3 inches long. When he stepped on it, it didn't break. Instead, a rock beside it broke from having the bone pressed down on it. Even a random bone possesses hardness comparable to king items. Long Chen couldn't help being shocked. This bone was very strange. There were many holes in it like it was porous, and it was practically weightless when he held it. It definitely wasn't the bone of a normal human. He quickly saw a skeleton. That skeleton was 30 meters long and broken. Its head and limbs had vanished. He took a look and saw that some places showed signs that they had been broken recently. Someone must have come and taken those pieces away. This is the outer region. The good stuff must have already been taken away. I should go deeper and see if I can dredge up anything useful. Long Chen no longer had much hope for his luck, but he was quite the expert at snatching other people's treasures. Continuing forward, he once more reached a place where space was unstable. A huge abyss appeared in front of him when he exited. When he flew over the abyss, he realized it was a giant footprint. A single footprint was dozens of miles long and had broken the spatial laws around it. Even now, the spatial laws were broken as they tried to repair themselves. After crossing the abyss, a scorching air came from ahead. He quickly saw a blazing river of lava. The lava emitted fierce heat, and he saw dozens of figures roving over the lava. Those figures were from the corrupt path, the ancient races, and there were two people wearing the robes of the ancient family's disciples. Suddenly, one of the ancient race experts smashed a fist into the lava river. Its surface blew back, and within that opening was a fist-sized crystal. The ancient race expert snatched it. "There are divine flame crystals here." Long Chen was surprised. He hadn't expected divine flame crystals to appear here, but he wasn't moved by them. According to Tyr, these divine flame crystals were just low grade. The amount of flame energy contained within them was very limited, and it wasn't very pure. He had obtained divine flame crystals as large as human heads in the Heaven Dragon Flame region, and they were definitely top grade. Even if you were to give these low-grade crystals to him, he wouldn't want them. But this wide, bottomless river of lava gave him an idea. There were quite a few people fishing for divine flame crystals here. Long Chen might not care about them, but they were extremely rare treasures to others. The divine flame crystals were hidden within the flow of lava. Fishing them out wasn't difficult. The difficult part lay in finding them. They had to send their divine sense into the lava to search for signs of the crystals, and that was very taxing to one's spiritual strength. They couldn't keep this up for too long. One of the corrupt experts smashed the lava river and smoothly took out another crystal. However, just as he took the crystal, he suddenly noticed a golden figure within the lava. He didn't see its complete body as it was covered by the lava. "A treasure." The corrupt expert was delighted, and without hesitation, he summoned his heavenly Tao manifestation. He was a rank 6 celestial, and a large hand reached into the lava. Summoning his manifestation immediately drew everyone else's attention. Just what was going on? Was he attempting to gather the crystals en masse? The hand reached into the lava. It pulled out a 50-meter golden flame dragon, startling everyone. "What is that?" The flame dragon acted like a fish that had been happily swimming before it had been fished out. It let out a furious roar, and golden flames filled the world. "Heavens, it's an earth flame spirit beast." "No, this flame can incinerate heavenly Tao runes. It has to be the legendary heaven incinerating flame ranked 3rd on the earth flame rankings. Run!" A startled cry suddenly came from someone. "Idiot, why would we run? This earth flame spirit beast is a priceless treasure and it's still in a young state. We should capture it." As soon as that person said it was the heaven incinerating flame, several people's eyes turned green with greed. That was a legendary existence, something that would make flame cultivators insane with desire. Most importantly, this earth flame spirit beast had just been born, and its combat power wasn't very high. They had a high chance of subduing it. Suddenly, a miserable scream rang out. The expert who had pulled out the flame dragon was suddenly enveloped by a wave of dragon breath. He was instantly set ablaze, even his heavenly Tao runes burning. The more he resisted, the more he burned. In just a few breaths, that rank 6 celestial who had been at the mid-Jade core realm was incinerated. Even his soul was burned to nothing. The others were all startled, as well as delighted. That corrupt expert had used his own life to prove that this earth flame spirit beast was definitely the legendary heaven incinerating flame. It was a priceless treasure. The flame dragon was about to enter the lava river again when an expert launched an attack. A ray of light struck the flame dragon's body. This attack infuriated the flame dragon. It let out a heaven-shaking roar and attacked that person. "Everyone, don't be afraid. If we attack together using long-distance attacks, it will be helpless. We just have to exhaust it. Earth flame spirit beasts are dumb and it won't flee. Once we exhaust its energy, we'll be able to capture it easily." The ancient race expert who had attacked it flew into the air, dodging the flame dragon's attack. He took out a bow. Just as the flame dragon chased after the ancient race expert, a corrupt expert launched a wave of sword chi. The flame dragon was struck and became infuriated. It switched targets to the corrupt expert. Seeing that the flame dragon was truly mindless, everyone relaxed slightly. They surrounded and attacked the flame dragon carefully. At the same time, they stealthily sent the call for reinforcements from their own respective parties. They knew that they would at most be able to trap this earth flame spirit beast. It was impossible for them to subdue it. The powers that had entered the spirit world all had secret communication methods, so that they would be able to assist their own side if they found treasures or encountered powerful enemies. All they had to do was keep this earth flame spirit beast here. As for which power would manage to send a real expert here first to subdue it, it would be up to luck. Once the call for reinforcements went out, more and more experts began rushing over here. As for Long Chen, he was hiding in the cliff beside the lava river. He watched them attack the flame dragon like they were putting on a monkey show. That earth flame spirit beast was just one of Long's split bodies. Long Chen was using this split body as bait. He had exposed the heaven incinerating flame in order to get away from that terrifying willow. So he had to find a way to prove that he had obtained the heaven incinerating flame himself, and that it had nothing to do with Long San. The chance to do so had now come. In a bit, as long as he went out and subdued the flame dragon in front of everyone, he would be able to wield the heaven incinerating flame openly. Although there was some time difference, which would normally be a fatal flaw, he didn't mind. That was because there was almost no concept of time within the spirit world. And most importantly, the dark forest tree demons were truly wood-brained. It would be very difficult for them to prove anything. So this normally fatal flaw wasn't even a flaw in the dark forest. Damn, so I really got a big fish. Long Chen was calmly watching the monkey show when he got a nice surprise. He saw a familiar figure rushing over. Chapter 14:12 Intense Competition. Translator Born to Be. That person was Long Chen's old friend, Gui Yan. When Gui Yan saw the flame dragon, his eyes turned green with greed. In his last defeat to Long Chen, Gui Yan's Ghost King had been destroyed. Although he had managed to use the lives of the spirit warriors to save his life, losing his Ghost King had caused his total power to drop by over 50%. He had been forced to become much more low-key. After his second defeat, he had rested for a bit before entering the ancient battlefield. He had only just entered a short time ago, and due to losing his Ghost King, he had been forced to travel carefully. As a result, he just so happened to be nearby when these corrupt experts sent the call for reinforcements, and he immediately rushed over. When he saw that flame dragon, his heart pounded wildly. The heaven incinerating flame could be exchanged for enough resources to build 3 Ghost Kings if he wanted. Once that happened, would anyone else be a match for him within the same realm? Underworld Soul Lock Curse. Gui Yan immediately began to chant a curse. His 9-flower manifestation appeared behind him, and a black chain shot out of each flower. The chain was not metal. It was condensed of heavenly Tao energy. It represented a kind of law. The 9 chains bound the flame dragon. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't escape. As for the 9 chains, they were ignited by the heaven incinerating flame, but they didn't break. "Haha, get in here," Gui Yan laughed, and his chains pulled back, drawing the flame dragon towards him. An ancient jar appeared in his hand. This jar was formed from a skull. It was unknown what level this treasure was. Just as the flame dragon was about to be pulled into the jar, a trident slammed down, and a large figure appeared. It was an ancient race expert with 2 wings and a beak instead of a mouth. His hands were like claws. Heaven and earth shook as this ancient race expert attacked Gui Yan. The 9 flowers manifest the heavenly Tao's manifestation appeared behind him, and a sea of heavenly Tao runes raged around him. "Leave behind the heaven incinerating flame and I'll spare your life." The ancient race expert was extremely domineering, and he directly attacked, not giving a damn about Gui Yan. "Bastard, you want to break the agreement," raged Gui Yan. He couldn't bother with the heaven incinerating flame. Blood-red runes lit up on the bone jar and it grew larger, smashing towards the ancient race expert. Boom! The trident and jar collided, unleashing blinding light and astral winds. The other experts who had already retreated were still sent flying, coughing up blood. Heavens, they're already using ancestral items. Those experts were shocked. Was a battle really about to erupt here? Considering how enticing the heaven incinerating flame was, it seemed that whatever their agreement was, it had no power to stop them. Agreement? What a joke. We were invited by the Dark Forest. The ancient races simply need to provide assistance when the Dark Forest requests it. But right now, everyone's just searching for their own opportunities. So don't tell me a joke about how you were the first to see the treasure. The cultivation world's treasures belong to the strong. And as for you, Gui Yan, if you're smart, you'll scram right now. Otherwise, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death, sneered the ancient race expert. He once more attacked. He had to obtain the heaven incinerating flame. Boom! Gui Yan's bone jar was sent flying. This bone jar was a special item capable of refining flesh and blood, as well as souls, but it wasn't a fighting ancestral item. Gui Yan was sent flying, and the chains binding the flame dragon shattered. The flame dragon regained its freedom. Gui Yan's rage soared. If his Ghost King hadn't been destroyed by Long Chen, he wouldn't be at such a disadvantage. The heaven incinerating flame is mine. The ancient race expert reached out his hand. Long Chen couldn't help sneering inside. This was just one of Xuanhuan's split bodies. If its real body was there, it would turn him into a cooked chicken. That flame dragon was just one of Xuanhuan's 36 split bodies. To make these people feel like they had a chance at winning, it only possessed 1/36 of Xuanhuan's true power. That was why even the ordinary experts had dared to take the risk. After all, the heaven-incinerating flame was too alluring. The trident-wielding expert's hand transformed into a huge claw image that reached towards Xuanhuan. Yours, it's a bit early to say that. A disdainful snort rang out, and sword chi slashed down. Blinding light made everyone turn away. The attack had come from behind the ancient race expert. The ancient race expert simply snorted and swung his trident behind him without even looking. What shocked the ancient race expert was that this sword chi contained a very heavy power. His trident was actually unable to resolve the mountain-like power behind the sword chi, and he was sent flying. The most embarrassing thing was that his hand was set ablaze because he had already touched the flame dragon. Because of the sudden attack, he had to circulate his energy several times to his arm to extinguish the flames. Only a rank 9 celestial could possibly use their immense heavenly Tao energy to extinguish the heaven-incinerating flame. This wasn't to say that the heaven-incinerating flame wasn't strong enough, but simply that Xuanhuan was still in the midst of growing stronger and couldn't unleash the full power of the heaven-incinerating flame. Otherwise, the heaven-incinerating flame wouldn't make countless people crazy for it. A man wearing a sword stepped out from the air. His appearance was extremely ordinary. Only his eyes were shocking. Sharp, golden light shot out of them, making it so others couldn't look directly at them. This man was wearing the robes of the ancient family alliance. He also had the manifestation of a rank 9 celestial behind him. You're right, treasures belong to the strong. There's no need to say anything useless. Let's use our strength to speak, said the sword-wielding man. The flame dragon didn't seem to recognize its situation, and it suddenly let out a roar. It charged at the ancient race expert. This fortune came so suddenly that even he was surprised. He quickly reached out to grab it. Although the flame dragon was sending itself to him, and he moved quickly, Xuanhuan and the ancient family expert both attacked. Sword chi slashed towards him along with a bone jar. HMPH, you want to block me? Keep dreaming. The ancient race expert sneered and let go of his trident. He spat a mouthful of blood onto it. The trident instantly grew larger. A vast and ancient aura seeped out of it. Not good. Seeing the ancient race expert actually sacrifice his essence blood to use his trident, Xuanhuan and the ancient family expert's expression sank. Boom, Xuanhuan's bone jar was sent flying, while the ancient family expert had to use his sword to block. The trident-wielding ancient race expert also suffered a recoil. He hacked up blood as he flew back, but his expression was ecstatic as he had caught the flame dragon in one of his hands. This hand was now covered in scales, and runes sparkled on the scales. They possessed a spatial energy. The flame dragon shrank to become only a foot long in his hand, and despite how it struggled, it couldn't escape. The ancient race expert laughed delightedly. He was just about to put it away. This flame dragon's power was much lower than the golden phoenix that Long Chen had encountered back then. As long as someone possessed an ancestral item, they would be able to suppress it. Furthermore, back then, Long Chen had only been at the peak of foundation forging. It had naturally been much more difficult for him to fight the heaven-incinerating flame. These experts were at the mid-Jade core realm. The ancient race expert in particular was on the verge of stepping into the late Jade core realm. Subduing the flame dragon wasn't that difficult for him. Xuanhuan and the ancient family expert were disappointed and angered, but there was no time for them to attack again. They could only watch as he put away the flame dragon. The most hateful thing was how the ancient race expert held the flame dragon. He raised the hand holding it high into the air as if showing off his victory, mocking them. Snick! Suddenly, a strange light flashed through the air. There was no sound or change in the air. People were only vaguely able to see a minute streak of light appear. Then they were shocked to see the ancient race expert's hand fly into the air. His hand had been caught off at the wrist, and the flame dragon instantly regained its original size. It let out a heaven-shaking roar. This occurred out of nowhere, and so suddenly that no one was able to react. A figure seemed to appear out of midair. That person waved his hand, and a golden net wrapped around the flame dragon. Bloodkill Hall bastard die. At this moment, Gu Yan, the ancient race expert, and the ancient family expert all let out furious roars and attacked. This person was also Long Chen's old friend, one of the Bloodkill Hall's top assassins, Bloodkill 9. Bloodkill 9 had instantly severed the ancient race expert's wrist and snatched the flame dragon. Seeing the three experts in front of him attack at the same time, his expression was calm. As he pulled in the golden net, a white tortoise shell appeared in front of him. It immediately grew larger and began to rapidly spin. White light shot out of it, protecting him. "That bastard, go all out and break his damn tortoise shell," roared the ancient race expert. He once more coughed up blood onto his trident. Gu Yan and the ancient family expert both attacked, but what startled them was that when their weapons landed on the shell, some mysterious energy canceled out their blows. Ripples appeared on the shell, but it didn't break, nor was it blown back. Just as Bloodkill 9 was about to succeed in putting away the flame dragon, a fiery red sword stabbed through his back and out his chest. Chapter 14:13, Sending You to See Your God. Translator Born to Be. Just as Bloodkill 9 was pulling in the fully trapped flame dragon and blocking the attacks of the other three with his white tortoise shell, a fiery red sword stabbed through his back, piercing out of his chest. That fiery red sword possessed terrifying power. As long as the sword's master willed it, Bloodkill 9 would be blown apart. A hand received the net. The flame dragon and the net vanished from everyone's sight. For a moment everyone was silent. The white shell shrank and suddenly vanished. At this critical time, it abandoned its master. Gu Yan, the ancient family expert, and the ancient race expert all stared in shock at the figure behind Bloodkill 9. As soon as that sword had stabbed through his body, Bloodkill 9's life no longer belonged to himself. His expression was calm as he looked at that sword. He said, "What precise calculations! You really are suited to join my Bloodkill Hall." "Thanks, but I don't think so. I don't like being brainwashed, nor do I like being a soulless executioner." Long Chen shook his head. "You can kill me, but don't blaspheme my faith." Bloodkill 9's voice contained some fury. "I have no interest in blaspheming your faith. I'm not so bored. Do you still remember what I said in front of the Xuanhuan Dao sect? Since you view death as returning to the embrace of your killing god, I'll send you to see him. I'll do it now, but don't worry, you aren't the first, and you won't be the last," said Long Chen indifferently. He didn't feel the slightest sympathy for the Bloodkill Hall's assassins. He scoffed at these extremist believers. They thought that everyone in this world had sins, and so killing those sinners was simply right. That was no need to even mention the enmity between the Bloodkill Hall and himself. Their enmity had reached the point of no rest until death, so Long Chen naturally wouldn't be merciful. "I just have one request. Can you let me die in a more dignified way? After all, I stand at the peak of my craft," sighed Bloodkill 9. "No. You. Let me ask you, how many people have you killed? Did you ever think about their feelings when you killed them? When you cut off their heads, did you ever think of leaving them some dignity?" Long Chen scoffed at this. Bloodkill 9 clearly wanted a chance to commit suicide, but Long Chen wouldn't let him. "That's different, they're sinners," raged Bloodkill 9. "Sinners? Who determined their sins? Your so-called killing god. You're just scum that stands at a slightly higher position and criticizes other people's morals. You think you can stand in the same position as your god and look down on others, telling people they should die and then killing them. When I reach the same height as your killing god, I'll call your killing god a sinner and kill him as well," said Long Chen disdainfully. "Bastard, you dare to blaspheme a god, you. It's about time for you to get going. Tell your crap to your god." Long Chen unleashed his power through his sword, and lightning runes lit up. Bloodkill 9 was blown to pieces, and the Thunder Force destroyed his soul as well. Bloodkill 9 died without a corpse. Let alone dying with some dignity, he died without leaving anything behind. Killing a rank 9 celestial really is difficult. Long Chen swung his sword, sighing emotionally. This was his third encounter with Bloodkill 9. Now, he had finally killed him, but a large part of that was also due to luck. If it had been a head-on fight, killing Bloodkill 9 would have been supremely difficult. That shell ancestral item of his was too strange. "Thank you all for your offering. I will kindly accept this heaven incinerating flame. You can leave now," Long Chen smiled. Starting today, he would be able to openly use his heaven incinerating flame. "Long Chen, I've heard of your name. But if you think killing an assassin means you can be arrogant, you're wrong," said the ancient family expert coldly. Gu Yan, the ancient race expert, and the ancient family expert surrounded Long Chen. That wasn't just because he had the heaven-incinerating flame. Long Chen was the mortal enemy of their three powers. There was no need to say anything about the corrupt path and the ancient races, but as for the ancient family alliance, originally there hadn't been much enmity between them. Their enmity had grown strong when Long Chen had killed Luo Minghao. Killing a top genius of the ancient family alliance was a huge slap in their faces. Although they didn't make any moves on the surface, they had secretly begun making their preparations. Now that they saw him, even Gui Yan thought that this was an extremely good chance to kill Long Chen. By working together, the three of them should have a high chance of killing him. Although Long Chen had just killed Bloodkill 9, that had just been a sneak attack. The fact that he had managed to kill him was also thanks to the three of them. Without the flame dragon drawing attention, without the three of them attacking, without the whole constructed situation, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to kill Bloodkill 9 in one attack. That kind of perfect sneak attack couldn't be replicated. In other words, it was just a coincidence, so the three of them were not afraid at all. On the contrary, their battle intent soared. Long Chen looked at the ancient family alliance's expert with a sword sheathed on his back and the light shooting out of his eyes. He indifferently said, "Don't think that I'm fooled by your act. You are not a sword cultivator, so that little play of yours is useless on me. I want to ask, why is that you want to target me when that fellow Mo Nian has already caused a huge uproar in your ancient family alliance, and you're not even able to handle him?" In truth, Long Chen was just saying this to see if he could dredge up some information about Mo Nian's whereabouts. And as expected, as soon as he mentioned Mo Nian, this expert's expression became extremely unsightly. It was like flames were about to shoot from his eyes. Mo Nian's nothing. The Mo family is scum that was kicked out of the ancient family alliance. As for Mo Nian, he only knows how to do shameless, shady business. If he was a real man, he would have come out and fought openly. Haha, what a joke. Your entire ancient family alliance is unable to do a single thing to Mo Nian. Unable to capture him, you mock him for running, sneered Long Chen. Long Chen relaxed inside. It seemed Mo Nian had had some kind of fortuitous encounter that allowed his cultivation base to advance rapidly. Just from this fellow's furious expression, it was clear that Mo Nian had done something to infuriate the entire ancient family alliance. To be able to survive after infuriating the entire ancient family alliance meant that Mo Nian was definitely remarkable. When Long Chen thought about it, he supposed that was only natural. That fellow might put on a heroic appearance, but in truth, he was a scoundrel filled with evil thoughts. HMPH Mo Nian is brute, a half-breed human scum. He didn't dare to face us, so he dug up the graves of our ancestors. What kind of human would do something like that? Roared the ancient family expert, his eyes starting to turn red. From that, Long Chen guessed that his ancestor's grave had also been dug up by Mo Nian. Long Chen couldn't help being dumbfounded. That little fellow Mo Nian had executed such a stimulating and irritating plot. Long Chen himself had never thought of something like that, so he prostrated himself in admiration to Mo Nian. On the other side of the coin, Long Chen knew what kind of person Mo Nian was. He knew how to act as a person, and unless the other side had done something extremely heinous, he wouldn't do something so immoral. Since he had, it meant that they had been even more immoral. To uphold justice, Mo Nian dug up their ancestors' graves. This was their punishment for not properly raising their descendants. Let me express my sympathy for what you've encountered. I offer my most sincere respect for your ancestors. I hope you can get through your grief. You shouldn't feel bad. Going out and soaking in the sunshine isn't a bad thing. It's very good for bone development. Die. The ancient family expert couldn't hold back any longer, and he attacked, his sword slashing toward Long Chen. His power was instantly raised to its peak, and Long Chen felt the space around him solidify. This was not a feeling. The space was truly frozen. I said that your sword was just a fake. You're actually an earth cultivator. You draw other people's attention with your sword and then use a spatial force field to lock them down. If all goes according to the plan, you will then kill them in one blow. But do you think other people are children? Long Chen sneered and his divine ring appeared, shattering the space around like glass. 5 stars appeared in his eyes, and his sword met the ancient family expert's sword. What surprised others was that when they clashed, there was no eruption of power. Just at this moment, a trident whistled over toward Long Chen's waist. Chapter 14:14 Spirit Blood Ignition. Translator Born to Be. The trident-wielding ancient race expert's manifestation was in full bloom. Heavenly Tao energy raged around him, boosting the power of his trident. Boom! Long Chen first blocked the attack of the ancient family expert, and then his sword slashed towards the ancient race expert's trident. People were shocked to see this. According to reason, having already blocked the ancient family expert's sword, his sword shouldn't have enough power to immediately block the trident. But when the sword and trident met, blinding light erupted. The ancient race expert let out a muffled snort and was blown back. Long Chen spun, smashing his fist behind him. Gu Yan's bone jar was also blown back. In an instant, he forced back 3 peak experts. The distant spectators were all shocked. Is Long Chen trying to defy the heavens? First he killed Bloodkill 9 in one blow, and now he's even able to hold his own against the 3 of them. Those 3 were rank 9 celestials. They were at the peak of all celestials. When they used their manifestations, rank 8 celestials and below would only be able to submit. In fact, under the pressure of all 3 of their manifestations, even a rank 9 celestial would be hard-pressed. And yet, Long Chen's divine ring was completely forcing back the might of the heavenly Taos. With this divine ring, heaven and earth couldn't bind him. I already said that your little trick was useless in front of me. Now do you believe me? Asked Long Chen indifferently. You borrowed my power, raged the ancient family expert. You merged the heaviness of earth with the agility of the sword. This kind of thinking isn't bad, but with your brains, there's no way you would be able to truly create something like that. Although it looks like you now possess great offense and defense, as if you can switch between heaviness and lightness at will, the truth is that when you switch, your power leaks out, and you're basically giving it to your opponent. This world is full of people who think themselves clever. But I'm sure that if you weren't from the ancient family alliance, you'd have long since lost your life. Long Chen shook his head. He was an earth cultivator who, instead of using a heavy weapon, decided to take an alternative path. Unless he was truly a peerless genius, such an unorthodox style would only cause his combat power to drop, and this person was not a person capable of blazing such an alternative path. Bullshit? Who do you think you are? You couldn't possibly understand the principles between blending yin and yang, roared the ancient race expert, unable to accept that Long Chen would scoff at this self-created style. The ground exploded, and a 300-meter earth giant appeared. The earth giant's runes revolved around it, and it became the same color as stone, and then gradually became a golden color. Heavy earth slash. Having summoned this golden giant, the ancient race expert attacked again. The giant's golden sword slashed towards Long Chen. The golden sword whistled towards Long Chen, cutting apart space like it was a screen of water. Long Chen snorted, but he suddenly felt the space around him solidify. His expression changed slightly as the ground beneath him suddenly sank. Idiot, this is the gravity domain of my golden battle general. All your movements will be slowed down here. The ancient family expert sneered at Long Chen from his golden giant's head. Boom, the golden sword slammed down where Long Chen was, but everyone was shocked to find that there was no explosion. Instead, the ground sank once more, and even the river of lava was cut off. The ground in a 1,000-mile diameter had turned a golden color. The golden giant seemed to be one with the entire earth. This level of gravity can't threaten me. This little bit of power is simply insufficient. Long Chen suddenly slashed his way out of the ground. The golden giant was knocked back several steps, and spiderweb-like cracks spread. With the final step, the ground crumbled. It was already over a mile away from its original location. The golden giant was huge, while a human was tiny in comparison, but the golden giant actually wasn't a match for Long Chen in power. Heavy earth burial. The golden giant itself suddenly let out a roar, and it stabbed its sword into the ground. It quickly disappeared into the ground. The ground suddenly shook and subsided. The ground around Long Chen suddenly began to wrap around him like a hand trying to crush him. It was like the entire ground was being controlled, as if the very ground was the ancient family expert's weapon. Long Chen couldn't help being startled. He had never seen such a huge-scale attack. 1,000 miles of earth had instantly enveloped him. A bad feeling rose in his heart and he hastily flew up, wanting to escape the ground. Stay behind. Gu Yan and the ancient race expert attacked. Gu Yan's bone jar had the faces of ghosts appear on it, and wailing came from them. Blood-red chains formed a huge net that blocked Long Chen's path. Long Chen snorted and slashed his sword, but these chains were exceptionally tough. His attack only cut a small nick in the net. Just as he was preparing to go through that nick, a trident smashed towards him. Die, sneered the ancient race expert. Boom, Long Chen slashed out his sword, but as a result, he was blown back into the ground. The ground quickly sealed above him. At this moment, everyone realized it had become a huge coffin. The coffin had devoured Long Chen like a monster. It then began to shrink. In just an instant, it was only several thousand meters wide. As it shrank, the runes on it grew more concentrated, and the pressure grew greater. Long Chen, dying to my ultimate move should make you happy. The ancient family expert smiled coldly. He formed hand seals, causing the coffin to continue shrinking. This was his ultimate move. Once devoured by the coffin, it would shrink and the pressure would increase until you were crushed to powder. Furthermore, the coffin contained the pressure of the heavenly Taos as well. Even a life star expert would be unable to resist unless they were also a rank 9 celestial. As the coffin continued shrinking and the pressure increased, the ancient race expert's expression suddenly changed. If Long Chen is killed like this, what about the heaven incinerating flame? With his reminder, Gui Yan and the ancient family expert were startled. If Long Chen destroyed the heaven incinerating flame in his death, they would have lost a treasure. Split the heavens 5. Just as they were hesitating about whether or not they should speak to Long Chen and force him to hand over the heaven incinerating flame, a roar came from within the 300-meter coffin. A crescent moon sword image slashed out and towards the three of them. The three of them were shocked and all used their strongest moves to block. The ancient race expert and Gui Yan were the most immoral. As they blocked, they immediately retreated. The ancient family expert's golden giant ended up becoming their sacrificial shield. It was instantly blown apart. The coffin split in two and fell to the ground, revealing Long Chen. He looked like a death god that had just crawled out of hell, and his eyes shone coldly. That coffin had truly been powerful. If he had allowed it to continue compressing, it would have been dangerous. He supposed this was to be expected. Each rank 9 celestial was powerful and had their powerful trump cards. I'll send you on your way. Long Chen stepped forward, appeared in front of the ancient family expert in an instant. The ancient family expert's expression changed. He was pale, as the destruction of his golden giant had caused a backlash to his soul. An injury to the soul couldn't be healed with heavenly Tao energy. For Long Chen to choose him as his first target, he couldn't help cursing. Long Chen was launching a vicious killing blow right at the start. He retreated as fast as he could, and he summoned an earthen armor, but Long Chen's sword still severed his arm. Letting out a pain groan, he slammed his ramming hand on the ground, and a pillar shot out, carrying him into the air rapidly. That was actually normally an attack move, but now he used it as an escape move. He was sent into the sky in an instant, and so suddenly that Long Chen wasn't able to stop him. The ancient race expert was already charging at him, trying to win time for his ally. Although he had severed one of his arms, a rank 9 celestial would instantly heal such an injury. Boom! Long Chen's sword slashed into the trident, but in that instant, Long Chen's body became covered in green dragon scales. His power erupted like a volcano. The ground shattered and rubble flew into the air. A huge hole appeared in the ground, and a wave of earth crazily spread. The ancient race expert violently coughed up blood, caught off guard by Long Chen's sudden increase in power. His arms were deformed. Something's up. He's intentionally holding back his power, cried the ancient race expert. Seeing Long Chen's sword coming for him again, he roared, "Spirit blood ignition." Blood runes covered his body, and a wild aura rose. Chapter 14:15, The Ancient Battle. Translator born to be. The ancient race expert's blood chi erupted, and the trident suddenly let out an ominous roar as if it had come to life. Boom! Long Chen's sword landed once more. The trident-wielding ancient race expert forcibly received this attack and used Long Chen's power to shoot away. The runes on his wings lit up, and he transformed into a ray of light that disappeared over the horizon. The distant spectators were all shocked to see him flee. They couldn't understand what had happened. The three of them had clearly suppressed Long Chen, so how had things turned around in the blink of an eye? The ancient race expert had been covered in blood, and his body had been covered in cracks when he had fled. He had been about to die. Long Chen hadn't expected the ancient race expert to pull out such a powerful trump card. In the instant when his blood chi erupted, his combat power multiplied by several times. His trident had caused Long Chen's arms to turn numb. Seeing that the ancient race expert had fled, Long Chen turned toward the ancient family alliance expert. But as soon as he started to move, the ground erupted, and earthen walls appeared like high mountains, blocking his path. Long Chen slashed his sword, breaking the earthen walls, but when he looked around, he found that his target had vanished. A quick survey revealed that Gui Yan had also vanished at some unknown time. Perhaps he had been the first to flee. In the end, I still got nothing, sighed Long Chen. The Eastern Wasteland Bell had said that, without absolute power, it was very difficult to kill heavenly geniuses who were in possession of copious karmic luck. A situation like his sneak attack against Bloodkill 9 was very rare. Of course, Long Chen had known from the start that fighting 1 against 3, it would be very difficult for him to kill any of them. He hadn't been willing to accept that, and so he had wanted to see if he could kill 1 or 2, but he ended up empty-handed. In truth, if he had wanted to kill Gui Yan's life would have most likely been lost here, but he hadn't wanted to kill him, or he would have released him for nothing last time. Right now, Long Chen estimated that in a one-on-one or in a sneak attack situation, his chances of killing a rank 9 Celestial were still decent. But in a group fight, he would just be wasting energy. Unless he could fully condense the Divine Gate Star, it would be very difficult to counter the karmic luck acting behind the scenes. However, despite how he consumed pills like his life depended on it, the Divine Gate Star was still improving very slowly. There was an extremely large distance between its current state and its peak state. Long Chen looked around. The other people had already fled. The lava river that had been blocked had found a new path and was once more flowing. I suppose it wasn't a complete waste. Now I'll be able to use Xuanhuan openly. Long Chen didn't care if others spread this news or not. In any case, he had recorded his own scene of him capturing the flame dragon. If anyone dared to frame him as being Master Long San, he would take out the photographic Jade and slap them in the face. I'm really not used to wielding a sword. It's too light and I can't use my real power. Long Chen looked at his sword and shook his head. This sword was something he had snatched away in the Heaven Dragon Flame region. He didn't have any better weapons, so he was forced to use it. Although the sword was also an ancestral item, it wasn't a good fit for him. It was a sword for flame cultivators, and he wasn't a real flame cultivator. Tidying up his thoughts, Long Chen left this region, continuing deeper into the ancient battlefield. He quickly reached another region of violent and chaotic space. This time, the spatial fluctuations were even more intense. Long Chen sensed 2 different laws clashing. Space was booming, and it was like the roaring of 10,000 beasts. When he entered this chaotic space, he felt like a fish trying to swim through a turbulent current. Spatial energy was constantly pulling at him, and he almost wasn't able to bear it. Damn, so this is the result of a clash between 2 supreme magical arts. Even after this many years, the heavenly Tao left behind by these 2 experts is still clashing. Long Chen was shocked. I wonder if I could learn it. Long Chen suddenly had an extremely brazen thought. Looking around, he decided to have Lei Long come and protect him. The current Lei Long was no longer its old self. Unlike Xuanhuan, Long Chen hadn't been constantly interrupting it. By absorbing the lightning chain's energy, Lei Long's power had crazily risen during this time. Its power was no weaker than Xuanhuan's now. With Lei Long's protection, Long Chen could safely attempt to immerse himself in the clashing energy in the air. He sat lotus-style on the ground and slowly circulated the 9-star Hegemon body art. His divine ring appeared behind him. His eyes were closed as he entered a state of emptiness. Long Chen seemed to be in a dream. As the 9-star Hegemon body art circulated, he was transported through the river of time. The roaring of magical beasts and devil creatures rang out in his ears. When he heard those voices, his heart shook ever so slightly, causing the sound to intensify. Long Chen knew this was a result of his distraction, and taking a breath, he completely relaxed his heart. The roaring grew louder once more. With his experience from last time, he didn't try to guess what the origins of those voices were. Right now, he was willing this empty state of mind to grasp some of the remnants of the ancient battle that had been fought here. Originally, he had just been testing an extremely brazen thought. This kind of thinking was completely crazy. The only reason why he was trying it was because he was experimenting with the 9-star Hegemon body art. He hadn't expected to see some hope of success from this test, but right now, he couldn't think about that. He had to take the attitude of an indifferent spectator, not trying to see nor hear anything. He could only let it come naturally. The voices grew clearer. He heard the sounds of weapons whistling through the air. He heard the wails of strange beasts. He also heard the sound of sharp blades piercing flesh. but he still maintained this steady state of mind. These were scars left behind from that ancient time. They had been imprinted in the heavenly Taos, and the 9-star Hegemon body art was currently seizing them. Once the imprint was seized, it would vanish. Once he grasped it, it would cease to exist. So this kind of opportunity would only come once. If he missed it, there would be no do-overs. He listened to the voices, but he didn't pay any meticulous attention to any of them. A blurry scene appeared before his eyes, but he still couldn't look. In fact, he intentionally didn't look for fear of being attracted by anything he saw. The slightest disturbance in his mind would cause all this to vanish. The scene slowly grew clearer. Long Chen had gotten used to this state, and he began to look at the battle. Countless strange creatures were present. There were beasts that looked like apes but had lizard-like tails. Some were like leopards, but they had 3 heads and a pair of wings. There were also human-shaped creatures. They had a pair of bat-like wings and 2 horns coming out of their heads. They had fangs protruding out of their mouths, and their bodies were covered in scales. Those are devil creatures. Long Chen recognized those creatures from their appearance. As the scene grew clearer, he began to sense those creatures' auras. That further proved that his guess was correct. One of the devil creatures charged right at him. Its clawed hand stabbed through his head, but he still didn't move. Black blood splashed. A ray of sword chi slashed through the air, killing the devil creature. Long Chen was shocked to find that these devil creatures were practically all on the level of 11th rank magical beasts, but this one ray of sword chi killed hundreds and thousands of them. He didn't dare to look at the master of this sword. He had to maintain a steady state of mind. He couldn't be drawn in by any details. The army of devil beasts collapsed, and he finally saw an army of human experts slaughtering their way through them. The shocking thing was that these human experts all had 9 flowers revolving behind them. They were all rank 9 celestials. Long Chen sat on the ground, not moving. He could now feel his own existence in this world. He was sitting in the middle of the battlefield like a specter, calmly watching the battle. Suddenly, roaring shook the sky. The sky split open as a huge claw descended from above the clouds. The claw was like a mountain. The world shook as it fell. Those human experts were appalled and attacked it with full power. Yet that claw still fell, destroying the land. Those powerful human experts were all killed by this one claw. Not even one survived. Long Chen couldn't help being shocked. What kind of monster was that? How could it be so huge? The world couldn't even fit it. Just a single claw from it was able to kill so many human experts. The claw rose from the ground, and a burst of lava flew into the air, forming a river. Was this the origin of the lava river? Long Chen instantly thought of the lava river that still existed here. The sky began to crumble. It was like the world couldn't bear the power contained in the claw and was about to explode. This was different from its first attack. Divine light was erupting from the claw and divine runes spread. This time, the power was even more terrifying than its first attack. Just as it felt like the world would crumble from this attack, a golden light shot out. Long Chen couldn't see what that light was. However, when it smashed into the claw, the entire world crumbled away. Long Chen seemed to hear the sound of a star exploding, but then everything vanished. His eyes flew open, and he took a deep breath. His back was covered in cold sweat, and he was involuntarily shivering. The instant those 2 powers had collided, he had felt like his soul would be torn apart. It was like that power was so terrifying that it was impossible to bear witness to it even through the river of time. One attack caused heaven and earth to crumble. One attack caused stars to explode. Just what kind of terrifying power was that? It had completely surpassed his imagination. That level is too high. There's no way for me to even touch something like that. I should switch locations. Long Chen shook his head and left. Chapter 14:16 Ancient Lightning Art. Translator Born to Be. Boom! An endless sea of lightning filled heaven and earth, drowning countless devil creatures. An expert covered in lightning rampaged through their midst, slaughtering the devil creatures. That person's appearance was blurry. He seemed like a human-shaped bolt of lightning. The weapons in his hands were also formed of lightning and could constantly transform. They were completely invincible. In just an incense stick's worth of time, that expert slaughtered all the devil creatures, leaving behind a mountain of corpses. Space exploded, and the world turned dark. Some kind of energy caused Long Chen's scrying to come to a sudden stop. This was Long Chen's 7th time using the 9-star Hegemon body art to go back in the flow of time and peer into that ancient battle. But he didn't gain anything with his first 6 attempts. Whatever he saw was far too profound for him to even attempt understanding, or there hadn't been enough time for him to see anything before his vision was cut short. This chaotic domain had countless battle scars that were imprinted in the heavenly Taos. They were random and without order. There was no way to find any pattern to them. Long Chen didn't gain anything, but because of his continuous attempts at peering into the mysteries of the past, he was receiving a backlash, made worse by the terrifying eruptions of power from that battle. His soul was aching. But this ended up provoking Long Chen's stubborn nature. The more he couldn't obtain something, the more he wanted it. As a result, on his 7th try, at this 7th location, Long Chen received a delightful surprise. That senior definitely had a legendary lightning spirit body. His entire body was practically completely transformed into lightning, and he had no more flesh and blood. How terrifying! Long Chen was full of admiration. That person had actually abandoned their own flesh and blood body to become an incarnation of lightning. Just how much bravery did that require? Or was it simply craziness? Long Chen quickly recorded the shape of the runes, as well as how this technique circulated one's energy. He then transferred all this to Lei Long. What delighted him was that Lei Long instantly comprehended what he transferred to it, and it actually became able to use the lightning art. Long Chen was wild with joy. While that senior had possessed a lightning spirit body, he had still been a human. But Lei Long was a spiritual body composed of heavenly tribulation lightning. For Lei Long, controlling lightning runes was as easy as a person controlling their limbs. To Lei Long, this kind of high-level art was just a slightly more difficult movement. It learned it in just a bit, and it would simply need some time to train in it before it was mastered. However, Lei Long also needed Long Chen's power. It needed the support of Long Chen's spiritual yuan to bring out the full power of this magical art. Originally, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to comprehend much of this person's lightning arts. Even comprehending a third of them would require a huge amount of time and energy. But now that he tested teaching Lei Long, he realized that this wasn't even a problem. Lei Long, you absorb the lightning chains while studying these lightning arts. When you figure things out, teach them to me. This is very important to me. Long Chen gave this mission to Lei Long. Once Lei Long fully comprehended these lightning arts, considering their mental and spiritual connection, it wouldn't be long before Long Chen could learn them as well. After obtaining these lightning arts, Long Chen didn't bother wasting any more time. These ancient techniques were too difficult to obtain, and also too difficult to comprehend. He didn't have that much time to waste. Long Chen killed one of the ancient family alliance's disciples, and he learned some information that wasn't behind restrictions. First of all, it was now confirmed for him that Mo Nian was fine. Furthermore, his life was very lively recently. He continuously appeared out of nowhere, causing an uproar in the ancient family alliance. He also learned some information about what Mo Nian had done. In just the past year, he had killed over 1,000 geniuses of the ancient family alliance. He had defeated 9 rank 9 celestials, killing 3 of them. He had dug up 1,306 ancestral graves within the ancient family alliance. He had plundered their resources hundreds of times. Many of the ancient families had had every last bit of their wealth plundered. When he thought of that, Long Chen's expression became odd. Could it be that he had been infected by that fellow? He had also plundered Pill Valley. He lamented inside that, as one would expect, ink-stained. Mo Nian's surname, Mo, meant ink, and now it seemed he had been turned black by Mo Nian as well. Long Chen suddenly felt that before he had met Mo Nian, he had been an extremely kind and sunshiny youth. Other than learning about Mo Nian, he also learned why the Dark Forest had gathered the powers. Their reasoning wasn't that off from what Long Chen had expected. The Dark Forest was using the ancient battlefield and the Forest of Life as bargaining chips to work together with them. Their goal was to hold Pill Valley in check. In truth, Long Chen was speechless towards their foolishness. Ever since Pill Valley and the powers other than the righteous path had accepted the heaven-devouring forest taking root in the martial heaven continent, the various powers had obtained countless benefits from the spirit world. The Forest of Life and the ancient battlefield had essentially become trial regions for them to temper their disciples. But did the Dark Forest really think that just that would be enough for these powers to unite with them against Pill Valley? That was just a fantasy. Medicinal pills were the lifeblood of cultivators. What power would turn against Pill Valley? The disciple he had killed didn't know many of the details, but Long Chen trusted that the various powers all thought the Dark Forest was a group of idiots. They would just take advantage while they could. If the Dark Forest really started a war with Pill Valley, they would just try to smooth things over. In any case, they just had to take care to not offend either side. Long Chen clearly saw through thoughts. This time, in order to express their sincerity, the Dark Forest didn't restrict the number of people allowed into the spirit world, and had set up an entrance to the spirit world that allowed the corrupt path to kill any adventurers from the martial heaven continent. Through his soul search, he also obtained a map of the ancient battlefield. Only now did he realize the ancient battlefield had safe passageways that allowed a person to avoid the spatial cracks. Realizing this, Long Chen started to sweat. After scheming all day, all that happened was that he became dumber. If he had accidentally been devoured by a spatial crack, he'd have nowhere to cry. With the map, Long Chen found that the ancient battlefield was a long strip. At the end of it was a region that was said to be where a sovereign had fought. There were countless treasures there, and there was even a chance to comprehend what the sovereign had left behind. The most alluring thing was that rumor was that the sovereign had killed a top devil expert and had sealed their divine weapon there. Anyone who obtained it would obtain that devil expert's inheritance and gain a power rivaling a sovereign. This is mine, that's mine too, this is all mine. Long Chen's eyes blazed with greed as he looked over the map. He couldn't believe he had wasted so much time in this outer region. He charged directly to the core. With the map, his progress was rapid. He constantly made turns, avoiding the chaotic regions. When he passed a particularly huge chaotic region, a divine pressure appeared, one that invoked reverence and worship. Yes, this is the pressure of a sovereign. It's just like the sovereign blood seal, but their auras aren't the same. They're two different generations of sovereigns, thought Long Chen. This region in front of him was a boundless, desolate world of chaotic space. The space here was like a mirage. The scene was constantly changing. The sky collapsed, the stars vanished. Mountains and plains became nothing. In front of this power, the world couldn't remain stable. It was like the world had died in this region. But when he carefully focused himself, what he saw in front of him was simply mist. It was impossible to see through this mist. Gods, devils, immortals, all sorts of images would flit through this space. It felt possible to hear a grand Tao's music, yet that music also sounded like the wailing of ghosts. This is where a sovereign once fought. Let me try sensing it again. Long Chen clenched his fists, a heroic feeling rising in his heart. A sovereign was an existence that stood at the peak of the marital path. They were unrivaled, completely suppressing everyone else in their generation. No one could contend against them. Everyone had to respect a sovereign. If it hadn't been for the sovereigns, the martial heaven continent would no longer exist. They had been the protective gods of this world. Thinking of how he was standing on the battlefield that a sovereign had once fought on, Long Chen couldn't help feeling excited. He entered the mist. This was a world of both illusion and reality. With each step he took, reality changed. With one step, lightning rang in the air and a torrent of rain fell. With another step, a gentle breeze blew by in the sunlight, the fragrance of flowers and birdsong in the air. As he advanced, reality continued to change. Immortals descended from the heavens, ghosts demanded his life, the sun, the moon, the stars all changed. The transformations continued. He felt like he was in a world where space-time was in chaos. The power of a sovereign is capable of breaking the laws of heaven and earth. Could it be that the real ability of a sovereign is to change the laws of the world? Wondered Long Chen. This chaotic space was actually extremely hard for him to endure. As he walked, it was like he suddenly went from walking on the ground to walking up a wall, and then he suddenly felt like he was upside down. Space and time were in chaos here. This was different from the clashes of laws he had felt before. There were no spatial cracks here. That was because the power here had reached the level that it formed a resonance with the world instead of simply cracking it. However, the two powers that were present were not harmonious, resulting in this chaotic region. Everything was in chaos here. Even the laws of heaven and earth were thrown into chaos. How could I possibly go back and sense anything from that time? Long Chen couldn't even muster up the bravery of circulating the 9-star Hegemon body art to try and see the sovereign's battle. He was afraid that kind of power could easily exterminate him even through the river of time. More importantly, this chaotic space meant he couldn't do it even if he wanted to. This chaotic space was a complete mess with no start or end. If the previous regions were like balls of wool where he could follow one thread down to the past, this was a sea of turbid water. Trying to sense anything was nonsense. As he advanced deeper, he grew dizzy and lightheaded. At some unknown time, the chaotic space became still. For some unknown reason, he entered a barren land. Within this barren land was a seductive figure that caused Long Chen's expression to change. Chapter 14:17, Running into Leng Yuan again. Translator born to be. Slender legs, bursting curves, a thin waist and long billowing hair. A figure of such pinnacle beauty would enrapture every man with just a look. This kind of figure wasn't something a human should be able to possess. Her proportions were so perfect it was like a god had carved her body meticulously. This was a beauty and perfection that shouldn't exist. At first, Long Chen was hopeful that it wasn't her, but when he saw that bone sword on her back, his heart plummeted to the depths. Long Chen's appearance also startled her. She slowly turned, revealing her beauty that was perfect down to the last detail. Even each hair of her eyebrows was perfectly matched. When she saw Long Chen, her ocean blue eyes lit up. They were like sapphires reflecting the moonlight. The sight of her was dazzling. Long Chen's heart pounded. He unconsciously took out his sword and retreated half a step. It was like this half a step's distance could make him feel slightly safer. She smiled. Her lips curled slightly and her eyes were also smiling. This smile could topple a nation, but it gave Long Chen goosebumps. "Are you afraid of me?" Leng Yuyan's cherry lips opened, her voice like the song of an oriole. But for some reason, each word and syllable contained bone-chilling killing intent. It was like Leng Yuyan had become one with killing and slaughter. Each breath, each blink of an eye, each one of her movements could be the premonition of a slaughter. Long Chen had never expected to run into this killing goddess here. What alarmed him the most was that this killing goddess's cultivation base had reached the late Jade core realm. If it was just her cultivation base that had increased, that would be one thing. But with his sharp senses from the 9-star Hegemon body art, Long Chen also sensed a strong mortal danger. "How could I feel afraid? We're old friends. It wouldn't be suitable to describe what I'm feeling as fear." Long Chen forced out a laugh. He very much wanted to say that he wasn't the slightest bit afraid. These goosebumps were from the cold. Long Chen grumbled inside. It could be said that his cultivation speed had been quite fast recently. His power was soaring rapidly with each passing day, and he had thrown his peers far into the distance. However, this dangerous person in front of him had not only thrown him in the dust when it came to cultivation base, but her actual power had also grown explosively. Ever since leaving Pill Valley, Long Chen spent each day consuming medicinal pills, but his cultivation base was only at the 3rd heaven stage of Jade core. "As old friends, don't you think we should hug to express our feelings?" Leng Yuyan's sapphire eyes seemed to see right through Long Chen's heart. Damn it, she had her void-piercing eyes. She can see right through my thoughts. Long Chen immediately recalled the strange power of her eyes. He knew that all his thoughts were being read by her. As a result, he became much more relaxed and smiled. "I wouldn't dare to hug such a beautiful woman. A certain jealous somebody would beat me." Long Chen threw caution to the wind. The worst case was that they would fight. How could he be afraid of such a thing? "I've been watching you. You're getting stronger quite quickly, but you have too many things holding you back. They're restricting your cultivation speed. The people by your side will one day cause your death." Leng Yuyan shook her head. Long Chen swung his sword, unleashing a blast of wind that blew back Leng Yuyan's hair. But she didn't even blink. She just stared expressionlessly at him. "I'm not like you. I have my brothers and sisters. They aren't a burden. They are what allow me to continue forward and get stronger. Don't try to judge me according to your standards, and don't try to judge my brothers and sisters. You are not me." Long Chen's expression was dark with a fury that he didn't bother concealing. He was different from Leng Yuyan. Leng Yuyan was always alone. She had no distractions, so her cultivation base rapidly advanced. Yet for Long Chen, when he wanted to advance, it was different. It was just like the Divine Gate Star. As the Divine Gate Star advanced, it raised the other stars with it, making it slower. For Long Chen, he had to bring up the Dragonblood Legion as he advanced. So in Leng Yuyan's view, his actions were very foolish. If a genius dragged up a pile of garbage with them, they would turn into garbage as well. It would be a waste of talent. However, Long Chen had never thought that. Each warrior in the Dragonblood Legion was his brother. They wouldn't hesitate to die for him, and in the same vein, he would put his life on the line to protect them. Perhaps only the Dragonblood Legion could comprehend this kind of feeling. Let alone Leng Yuyan, who came from the corrupt path. Even the righteous path's people would scoff at them. Although Leng Yuyan's tone was very flat and she didn't express any disdain, Long Chen was still unable to accept her words. "I really am unable to understand. You sacrifice so much for them. Just what are you hoping to obtain? Asked Leng Yuan. If someone else asked me this, I'd scoff at them. But to you, I can only express my sympathy. Oh, Leng Yuan raised her brows slightly. In truth, you're very pitiable. Your closest companion died to your own hands, and starting then, you locked your emotions inside. You've already forgotten what trust is, what sacrifice is, what depending on others is. When there is a true bond between people, they don't bother thinking about what they can get in return. This kind of bond can make you feel warm when you are cold. It can guide you when you are lost. It can give you strength when you feel powerless. When I encounter enemies I can't defeat, they are what give me endless power. They are what tell me that I can't die, that I can't lose. That's why I'm still alive today. Having cut yourself off from emotion, you will never be able to feel the warmth of sunlight. Long Chen looked at Leng Yuan sincerely. Leng Yuan looked into the distance without saying anything, but her hands had unconsciously tightened. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. He continued, "Do you still remember when you were brought into the corrupt path to cultivate? You were still a child. Your group of 5 died one by one to the corrupt path's rules. In order to get vengeance for them, you cut off the head of your instructor. What were you trying to gain from that? When it was only you and your best friend left, when you decided to give the chance to live to her, did you think about what you were trying to gain? When your best friend intentionally died to your blade because she understood you all too well, did she think about what she was getting in return?" Long Chen's voice was very solemn and very convincing. Most importantly, he was bringing up the miserable story that Leng Yuan had told him. A crystalline tear dropped onto the desert. Leng Yuan's eyes were unfocused as she was lost in her distant memories. Long Chen continued again, "You felt what emotions are. Your emotions are still there. All you have to do is use your heart to feel them, and the warmth of the sun will fill your heart. Walk out from the shadows cast over your heart. Then you will find that the sunlight is so warm that many companions are waiting for you in the sunlight. Will you be there in the sunlight as well?" Leng Yuan turned to look at Long Chen once more. Her flawless face was touched with crystalline tears, but her eyes were still icy. "Of course. As long as you," Long Chen brazenly stretched out his hand toward Leng Yuan's face. But just as his hand was about to touch her cheek, lightning runes lit up on his feet and he shot back. It was like a cord tied around his waist had suddenly pulled him backward. And yet, despite how fast he was, a bone sword still cut across his waist. If he had been the slightest bit slower, he'd have been cut in two. "Fuck, you really are ill. Why would you suddenly attack?" cursed Long Chen. "Ha ha ha," Leng Yuan laughed. The tears on her face vanished and she appeared just as icy as ever. "Long Chen, I didn't think your storytelling skills are so skilled. They're not one whit inferior to your fighting skills," teased Leng Yuan, brushing back a stray hair behind her ear. "I have many other skills too, but I worry you won't get the pleasure of enjoying them," raged Long Chen, saying something completely immoral. He truly was infuriated. He had been duped. He really had thought he had moved Leng Yuan, but she had just been toying with him. "I do want to enjoy them, but do you have the guts?" asked Leng Yuan. She wasn't angry. She felt happy seeing Long Chen clenching his teeth, his face flushed. "Can you and I not properly speak? I don't want to be your enemy." Long Chen took a deep breath and did his best to calm down. He had always felt Leng Yuan to be an extremely difficult person to handle. He didn't feel like Leng Yuan was his enemy, as the two of them didn't have any real enmity between them. However, they weren't friends either because Leng Yuan had her illness. When her illness erupted, she would want to kill him. "Of course we can. You're the man I favor. The only precondition is that you can survive my attacks." Leng Yuan smiled. "Do you have some illness? I never provoked you, so why do you want to kill me? If you have an illness, tell me. I have medicine," raged Long Chen. "You don't like fierce girls. Don't you feel that this kind of hunting and killing game is very stimulating? Let me show you. I'm going to attack." Leng Yuan's smile disappeared and she unsheathed her bone sword. The void was cut in two. When she unsheathed her sword, she was still 10 meters away. But strangely, without making a move, as she slashed her sword, she appeared in front of him like a phantom.